So, as you can see, the players have progressed to the middle of the field, and play will start momentarily. On strike for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks will be Colin Owens, fresh off his unbeaten 111 yesterday. We have a new opening partner today in the form of Greg Stretch. And opening the bowling for Districts will be the tall figure of Aaron Hills. He won't be bowling from the Hills end, he'll be bowling from the City end.
Good view from up there. Good view from here.
Right, not sure if the previous coverage came through, but we're live now, I believe. Welcome to Hordern Park. As we see Aaron Hills bowling not from the Hills end, as you might expect, but from the City end, bowling to Colin Owens, who batted throughout the innings yesterday for the Firehawks, scoring 111. In it, a 331 without losing a single wicket. Quite extraordinary. Mason Robinson also scored an unbeaten century, retiring hurt on 107. And Richard Petrie coming in at number 3 to replace Robinson, scored 80 off 49 balls. So not a single wicket taken in the first innings yesterday. Bring you in a second, Jace. It's a good start for Hills, and moving in alongside me is one of the guys who played in that game yesterday. Also didn't get a bat, but got a bowl.
No cracks or anything, so hopefully the Firehawks can get off to another good start like yesterday and carry on.
And looks like it's going to be Simon Dodds bowling from the Hills end. Bowls a bit of right arm medium pace, I believe, and he'll be bowling to local legend Greg Stretch. So yeah, it is a much improved weather today. It was a little bit chilly by the end. Well, it was very chilly by the end of the day yesterday. It was very chilly, wintry, in fact. But it's cleared up and sunned up nicely, and we're expecting it to get better and better as the tournament goes on. As that one's down the leg side, and I think he's got some bat on that. It could reach the boundary. It does. Beats the sprawling Aaron Hills, who's 6'5" frame, wasn't quite long enough to stop that one, and that'll be the first boundary of the match, first runs of the match in fact, to Greg Stretch. I think it was given his runs, wasn't it?
It was given his runs, yes,
Yep.
and Greg's played enough here that he pretty knows which every blade of grass, what the ball will do on it, so looking forward to watching him bat for a long time and hopefully getting us off to a great start. We know what Colin can do after yesterday. Greg's usually a pretty gritty, determined batsman, so should be a good watch.
Repeated the shot. He's got it just a little bit squarer this time, so Hills does get around and just keeps it down to a single. So Yeah, Greg Stretch has played well over 150 games for Marlborough. I believe that's a record. Played for 20 years or something. You would have played a bit with and against him, Jason. You're a Marlborough boy yourself.
Yep. I've played a lot. I'm mainly against him. I played a season with him at Warra Valley just before I went to Australia, and I've also played for Marlborough with him. I do believe he's the highest run scorer in Marlborough by quite a distance too. I believe he's got over 10,000 runs just for his club at senior level, and I'm pretty sure there's a couple of thousand ahead of anyone who's not playing anymore. And of course he's still playing, so who knows what he could end up at the end of his playing careers.
Speaking of leading run scorers, the man batting here, Colin Owens, I've heard, unverified, but I've heard the club in Wellington, which is a pretty good effort as well.
Yeah.
And of course he batted very well yesterday, scoring 111, batting right through the innings, all 45 overs. Just never looked in any trouble, gave the strike to the more aggressive batters. Played really, really well.
Yeah, he did. He rotated the strike well. Got off the strike and gave guys like Richard Petrie the strike, who was hitting the ball obviously, and then that gave him a bit more time to play his shots as well. So it's quite a good combination. And then to have Richard come in and pretty much tear their bowling apart in 12 overs was very impressive. Probably not for the fielding team, but as a spectator and myself, I'm a top order batsman, and it's not often I turn around and say, well, I didn't mind sitting on the sideline to watch that, because it was a pretty good effort to watch.
Didn't even get the pads on, I imagine.
No, I got the pads on. I was
did?
supposed to go in at 3, floating, just to give it a bit of a tap, but Richard decided that he'd jump in front of me and obviously made the right call. And got us off to a good start in the tournament, beating the defending champions Auckland. So, but today's a different day, and we can't dwell on that.
It was a good full delivery from Aaron Hills, just sort of taking the outside half of Greg Stretch's bat, but not threatening dismissal in any way. So he bowled quite well yesterday, Aaron Hills. I don't have his exact figures, but in Canterbury's total of 239, he was one of the tighter bowlers. Very tall guy. Oh, he bowls a wide just to make a liar of me.
Comes off a reasonably short run for a big man too, so he looks like he relies on his general accuracy and length of bowl.
Goes for the cut. Stretch, misses it, but so does the keeper Bert Horner. That's an uncharacteristic mistake from the New Zealand Over-50s wicketkeeper Bert Horner, and that was a bye, I believe.
Yes, it was. And how many of the New Zealand Over-50s are in this central team?
Yeah, so the districts team has the captain Bert Horner, Adil Samani, who's standing next to him at first slip, was in the New Zealand squad, hasn't actually played a game yet. As we see, a quick single for Colin Owens, well judged. And then I believe that's actually it in terms of current players.
Yep.
Yeah. Quite a few changes in the district squad from previous seasons to this one. They've had some issues with personnel due to COVID and availability and family issues and what have you. But some promising youngsters, as we like to call them, some newcomers to over-50s cricket. Look out for Simon Dodds today. He's the man bowling from the far end. He scored 73 off 48 balls yesterday, so I'm looking forward to seeing him bat.
Yeah, we watched a little bit of his batting yesterday, obviously. There's a lot of people taking cover there for a while. It was hitting some pretty big balls that were landing on our field, so we won't want to bowl short to him by any means. I think these decks, as good as they are, anything short of a length or any width certainly gets dealt with very quickly. If you're just trying to stump and nice and full, was what we tried to do when we bowled yesterday, and I think that's just basically our plan, is to bowl at the stumps and make them try and play across the line and force them into a mistake, obviously.
So you took 3 wickets yourself yesterday, Jason. Was that your plan? Just you usually bowl stump to stump and fairly full. Was that?
Yeah. Richard said to me, look, just bowl your little outies, pitch on middle, and just hit the top off or just outside. Don't give them any width or length. If you bowl short on this track, it just seems to sit up and obviously you'll get sent. But yeah, I just, as I did when I played with you, Jim, at Wellington, pretty naggy, definitely not much pace, and just try and hit the stumps basically and hope they make a mistake. So I think that's the general consensus for our bowling lineup today. We've got a couple of changes in that, so Nav Haraf comes in, bowls the little offies. So he could be quite dangerous on that. I think we're going to get him to bowl with the wind behind him, just to take out that hitting with the wind if he does drop short. But yeah, the general consensus for this whole tournament for us is to bowl full. And yeah, just bowl nice and full and at the stumps and.
Oh, that's a pretty good delivery. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jason, but good delivery from Simon Dodds, beating Greg Stretch outside the off stump. Might have seamed away a little bit or something. Looked like it did something.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as yesterday. There's a bit of nibble off the track and through the air, so you will get a couple of those if you put it on the right length. And there, this one was a little fuller, so Stretch was able to drive to mid-off for no run. But a subdued start, but that's pretty much how we were a little bit yesterday. We sort of started off a little bit slow and then started to motor along as the game progressed. I think the big key is don't lose early wickets. When we bowled yesterday, they lost a couple of early wickets, and that chasing 330 sort of puts that extra pressure on you. When you need sort of 10 and over with 15 to go.
It looked like your strategy yesterday was don't lose any wickets.
Yeah, well, I think if every team has the strategy, obviously it doesn't happen. I think yesterday was quite a rarity. With a lot of us have spoken to get around in the group, and Richard Petrie, who's probably played more cricket than any of us, being an ex-black cap, etc., he has no recollection of any games that he knows of that there's been no wicket taken, so it was quite extraordinary, really.
Mm. So what's Richard Petrie like as a captain to play under? Is he a big talker? Is he big on strategy? Is he big on the psychology side of things? How does he talk to the players individually much?
Yeah, he'll come up to the odd individual and have a wee word on what he thinks or what we expect from them, I suppose, during the tournament. He doesn't say a great deal. He what he does say is quite basic and just reiterates on the fact that, bowl your line and length. When you go out to bat, you don't have to start whacking it straight away. Give yourself 10, 15 balls or whatever. But he has that sort of presence of bringing everyone together, and he does like a joke too. He is quite a jovial sort of person, and he will crack a funny. I think some people have probably met him think he's a lot more serious than that, but he's not. He's actually quite witty.
He's got a very dry sense of humour.
Yeah, he has. He'll definitely be the first one to laugh at his own jokes. But yeah, no, really nice guy, and it's a pleasure to play with guys like that much experience. And I mean, we've all played a lot of cricket, but you're always learning. And if guys like that come up to you and have a word to you, then you take it on board. You don't just go, oh well, I've played 30 years of cricket, I know what I'm doing. You take all that sort of stuff in, and it's not every day you get an ex-black cap that you get to play with and have a bit of a joke with and a beer with and stuff like that. So yeah, we've got a pretty good camaraderie in our whole team. Actually, everyone gets on really well, and everyone will back everyone up 100%. And yeah, we're just basically a team. We do everything as a team. We go out for dinners and stuff.
As we
like
see,
that.
excellent shot from Colin Owens there, beautifully clipped off his legs, fairly straight, just between straight mid-wicket and long on, and down to the boundary for 4. So that's his first boundary of the day, and the first one to come off the bowling of Aaron Hills. Really nice shot from Colin, obviously in good nick. Won't take too long to get his eye in again. Same pitch as yesterday, didn't get out.
Yeah, and that's typical Colin. I've bowled to him quite a bit in the nets, and he's very strong off his legs. Anything sort of middle and leg is a freebie for him. He just seems to time the ball so nicely. He's not a hitter of the ball. He just shows it at the full face, and the ball just seems to speed to the boundary.
There he is again off his legs, just turning it around the corner for 1. Very typical left-hander's shot. That's I've been known to play that particular shot a couple of times, but I wish I was as strong through mid-on as he is.
Yeah, and a strength of his is his running. He's a very good placer of the ball, if you like. He knows where there's 2 and where there's 1, and it helps that he's pretty fit as well. You know, I don't know if a lot of people understand that some of the 50-year-olds in this competitions are actually still as fit as probably some 30-year-olds. We've got a couple of whippets that field close in for us, and I mean they'd outdo most senior players. You know, they're very nimble on the field, good throwing arms.
Well, Scott Pender we mentioned a few times yesterday. You look at him from far away and you'd think he's 25, not 53 or 54.
Exactly.
Hamish French isn't too far behind. In the Auckland side, you've got Spencer Day, who, you know, very much in Scott Pender category. So it's really impressive.
Yeah, and one of the things that Richard sort of pointed out to us before the start of play yesterday was, while the guys that aren't batting, watch who has a strong arm or who's quick to the ball in the field, so that when you get out there, you know, okay, that guy, there's one on the arm, or he's going to struggle to get to the ball, but he can throw, sort of thing. So just little things like that Richard pointed out to us. You know, just simple, basic stuff that we all took on board, and then, you know, we knew who had weak throwing arms and who didn't. So I think by the end of 331 for no one had an arm left, to be fair.
Simon Dodd's struggling with his line a little bit, perhaps a factor of the left-hand, right-hand combination. He's bowled a couple of consecutive wides to Greg Stretch. 20 without loss after 5 overs, so 4 and over, steady start. There's another one. So he needs to get the radar recalibrated here, Simon Dodds. The other game that we've got on Horton Park number 3, just over to our left, is Auckland versus Canterbury Otago. And there we see Doddsy overcompensates on the offside, gives Greg Stretch far too much room, and he lays into a strong cut out to the boundary for 4. Good shot by Greg Stretch. So it's 7 runs off the first ball of this over.
Yeah, we had an instant yesterday. There was a 9-run ball. It's no ball 4, and then the ensuing free hit was sent to the boundary as well. So not a great start for that guy, but and there's another wide.
Ooh, another one. Yeah, well,
no, he hasn't called this one.
No, he should have. That was down the leg side. May have just scraped the thigh pad on the way through.
Yeah, I'd like to, just say, especially for Greg and Matthew and guys like that who've put a lot of time and effort into this competition. And
as we see Stretch on the cut again, it's short and wide from Dodds, really struggling here, and Stretch doesn't mind taking full advantage of those ones. That's his second boundary in the over. Sorry, Jason?
No, you're right. Yeah, Greg has put a lot of time and effort into this tournament, i.e. setting things up in the morning and organising the logistics of it and that, and he's done a wonderful job, and his son Matthew and all the other helpers around. So it's been a great start to the tournament. And of course, it helps when the beer's cold at the end of it.
Solid shot from Stretch, but didn't maybe quite time it and hit it straight to the man at mid-on. So we'll keep you updated with those there's 3 other games in the tournament, the one I mentioned, plus the 2 Division 2 games over at Oliver Park. Short that one and pulled this time. One bounce for 4, really solid shot from Stretch. So he's showing that he doesn't mind the short ball, Greg Stretch. And that's third boundary in the over to go with the 3 wides. So that's 15 off the first 5 balls from Dodds. This may be the last over in his spell at this rate. We'll see.
Yeah, not a good start from your frontline bowler, is it? You want your openers to sort of set that platform and maybe take a couple of poles. But if you're bowling both sides of the wicket, certainly the only person that's helping is the batsman.
And then just a casual single to finish the over there for Stretch. So, what did I say, 12, 15, 16 off that over.
Stretch moves to 21 off 20, Owen 17 off 16.
7 off 16.
Oh, 7, yeah. So 6 overs gone and he's been 6 boundaries already. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I'll just let you know quickly what's going on in the other games. Auckland is 17 for 1 against Canterbury. Looks like maybe John Clellan's been dismissed. Yes, he has. LBW to Tony Gray. So Adrian Dale and John Vojnovic, the 2 batsmen there, making a bit of a slow start. 17 for 1 after 8 overs. I'll give you the 2 Divisions 2 games in a moment. As we see Aaron Hills continue here to Greg Stretch. He's moving into his work here. He's going it better than a runner ball. Took a few to get his iron, but looks pretty comfortable now. Pulls again, and hasn't maybe timed it perfectly, but he's got more than enough to send it out onto Redwood Street, across the street in fact, and a couple of cars narrowly avoid the ball and it comes to rest against a neighbour's fence somewhere. So another boundary for Stretch. I think that's his 4th in maybe the last 6 balls or so. So District's sort of spoiling that really good start that they had.
Yes. Do you know much about the District's bowling attack at all after the openers?
Well, Aaron Hills has played in all 3 IPTs. Simon Dodd's playing his first one. I see a couple of guys warming up. Looks like Ben Warren there having a stretch. We've got Chris Jeffries. I think the key bowler today will be Adil Samani with his leg spin. He bowls sort of fairly quick leg spin and took 3 for 23 yesterday off 9. But they won't be able to rely just on one bowler, obviously.
No, we did. That's one thing we did talk about yesterday. Too was there wasn't a great deal of turn in this wicket yesterday. It was quite sort of standard, just more slow arm bowling than turn. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do on this pitch.
This is the second game in a row being played on the same pitch, so perhaps it might turn a little bit more than it did yesterday, and Adil Samani being a wrist spinner may get a bit more turn than, I think yesterday we only had finger spinners.
Yes, yes.
Full again from stretch, driven from hills to stretch, driven into the covers for no run. So Jason, you're in your first year of over 50s cricket. Is it what you were expecting?
Oh, probably a bit more, to be fair. As you know, I moved up to Kaitoki, just above Upper Hutt, and basically I knew no one when I turned up to the first training, except for Huey, who you'd hooked me up with. And it's always nervous going into another setup when you don't know anyone, but by the end of the first training I felt like, I'd been there a few times and that, so they were all very welcoming and just a great bunch of guys. After training we'd go out and have lunch somewhere together or go and have a beer somewhere, and it helps that I'm playing in a club with 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 of the guys that are in this tournament.
Mm.
So yeah, no, it's really good. I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it as much as I've ever enjoyed playing cricket. So it's really handy to meet a good bunch of guys. And
looks like Dodds is continuing. I believe that's still Dodds. Yep. And what about the standard? Like, you hadn't really played with or against too many over 50s cricketers before this. Is it what you thought it would be?
To be fair to him, it's probably a bit better. I found that when I was playing a second grade
which will rebound a huge amount of space to spare, but it does trickle over the line. So 4 runs there for Owens, and again Simon Dodds struggling with his line.
Yeah, no, I found over 50s batsmen are a lot harder to get out. They do think a little bit more, and they maybe preserve their wicket a bit more than a keen 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid that just wants to come out and blast everything. So the standard, to me, is exceptional.
More short bowling from Dodds, and easily taken advantage of there by Owens on the pull. That was a really nice pull shot, and did it with plenty of ease. And again, heaps of gaps on this Horton Park #1 field, so it's second consecutive boundary for Owens, and the score's up to 46 now.
Yeah, the level of over 50s cricket is very high. You could chuck any one of the over 50s team into a senior competition and they'd probably hold their own. No one's bowling at 140k or hitting the ball 120 metres, but they're a lot harder to get out. I find the bowling's a lot tighter, so you have less options.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as competitive as any cricket you'll get. Everyone wants to do well and see their team do well, so yeah, it's very, very competitive. I think a lot of people that are sort of on the outskirts probably just think it's a bunch of old guys looking for an excuse to have a booze up, but it's not like that at all. It's very serious. I think you'll probably find most people last night only had 2 or 3 beers and then wanted to look after their body. It's a long week, so I think as we get deeper into the competition, there might be a few more beverages, But at the moment, Frenchie's got us on the hydration, on the electrolytes. He's bought a heap of tablets for us to keep drinking, and of course Scotty Pender pretty much knows every part of your body, so.
He's an osteopath, by the way.
Yes.
I should point that out.
Well, I was going to say osteopath, but I couldn't remember if it was that or a
physio.
So I didn't want to make myself look stupid there. But those 2 guys have been good. I mean, obviously they're fit as anyone around, and Scotty always comes up and goes, anyone's got any niggles, and he'll get you stretching, you're always going around telling you to hydrate. Even if you're sitting there, you're still dehydrating. So it's nice to have a guy like two guys like that there to just keep reminding you, hydrate. You know, most people probably don't realise that you're dehydrating by just sitting there watching, but just a good bunch of guys to be with, really.
Aaron Hill's going to keep going from the city end. Stretch just blocks it and probably didn't initially decide to run, but saw there was a gap there and came through for a single. So the run rate 5.76 all of a sudden, so districts will really need to get this under control. We saw what happened yesterday. Wellington, Tasman getting a solid start and then just accelerating to the point where they ended up well over 7 and over.
Yeah, and that was the thing that Richard talked about yesterday when we were fielding. Auckland were the same sort of run rate after 15 overs as we were, but they were 2 wickets down. But in the overall concept, they really needed to be 25 or 30 runs more than that at that stage. So, you know, going into that second lot of 15 overs where we bowled, they were sort of already 30 runs behind where they needed to be, and then we took a couple more wickets, so slowed things down, and then by the 30th over they were sort of 60, 70 behind where they should have been on par. So, and that all comes down to some tight bowling, and we want to improve on how we bowled yesterday. We feel that we probably gifted them maybe 40 or 50 runs on some loose bowling, but hey, we got away with the win, and we've learnt from that, and I'm sure the bowlers today will be a lot tighter on that full length.
50 up for Wellington, Tasman with the couple of deliveries ago, a little tuck around the corner from Colin Owens, so 50 without loss. Wellington, Tasman still yet to lose a wicket in this tournament. It's solidly struck from stretch, but some good fielding from Richie Stevens in the covers there. We'll see him at the bowling crease. He bowls big spin. I thought he was a medium pacer at one point, but he seemed to be bowling some leg spin in the nets the other day. And that is the end of Aaron Hill's 5th over. He's been fairly tied again, 5 overs, none for 16. Simon Dodd's a bit more expensive at the other end, 4 overs, none for 33. I'll just give you some Division 2 scores in the corresponding fixture in Wellington, Tasman and Drix. Wellington making a slow start, 17 without loss. Martin Pike and Tora Boyne going steadily there. And in the other Division 2 match, Canterbury Otago, 32 without loss against Auckland. So no wickets over at Oliver Park yet this morning, and just the one here at Horton Park. That was Auckland losing John Cleland. So Adrian Dale's getting into his work a little bit, 19 off 26. And John Vojnovic taking his time, 7 off 33. Did you get the chance to bowl to Adrian Dale yesterday?
Yeah,
Jason, I think you did.
Yeah, I did. I ended up bowling probably 3 or 4 overs at him, and obviously he has a reputation of scoring a lot of runs.
I think we are back now, having addressed those issues. As we see Colin Owens again off the legs into the onside, and one of those big gaps that seem hard to fill when he's batting. So it's another 2 runs. Good shot again off the legs. Wellington Tasman continuing to progress without any difficulty on this pretty good batting wicket at Horton Park, number 1 under the sun. Still a little bit of cloud, but doesn't seem to be too much over the ground itself. And the sun is out. Nice day for cricket, actually, really nice day. District's just sorting out their sub-fielders. Chris Jeffries is ready to go again from the Hills End. Oh, that's a good shout for LBW. Looked fairly straight. We're not actually behind the bowler here, so we can't tell, but Owen's missing an opportunity to score off his legs, which is pretty unusual, and a big shout from the Districts guys, but given not out. He gets this one this time, just pushes it into the onside and just a single. So apart from that one LBW shout we've had this over, neither batsman's really looked troubled at all. As we see stretching forward again and comfortably pushing it out into the offside. Brings the 12th over to a close. .62 without loss, so 5.17 is the run rate. Okay, we're going to see Ian Patterson replacing Aaron Hills after Hills bowled 6 overs. Ian's making his playing his first game in this tournament. He only arrived late last night, or even this morning it might have been. Former Taranaki representative. Looking forward to seeing how he goes. Well, he starts off with a bit of a short ball, which Colin Owens flicks around, sort of a full 3-4, so not out for Ian Patterson, but Colin Owens continues on his merry way, takes him up to 30, and Wellington Tasman up to 66 without loss. Ian Patterson played in the NRT last year, which was the equivalent of Division 2. Did very well with bat and ball. Former captain of Taranaki, I believe, so he has some pedigree. Ooh, that's a wide though, which gets away from Bert Horner, who sprints after it. And it will be a wide +1. So 2 wides. Not sure if he's played much cricket so far this season, Ian Patterson. Many of these Districts players have been affected by COVID restrictions and various other things, which has made it difficult for them to play but also to practice together. It's a better ball from Patterson, just forcing forcing Stretch to defend. Full of this time and pushed up to mid-on. Very quick single from Stretch, well played. Owen's off his toes again. They keep bowling there on his toes and he keeps putting it away. This one will pull up just about half a metre inside the boundary. And the batsmen come through for 3. So bowlers in this division would be well advised to stay off the pads of Colin Owens when they're bowling. It's a nice shot from Stretch on the up through cover. I think this one will maybe have enough to just get over the line. It does by about 4 centimetres. So Stretch obviously feeling comfortable with this pitch now, just hitting that one on the up and out to the boundary for 4. Well played. So, an expensive over to start so far from Patterson. So it's 7, 10, 14 off it. I think Districts had big hopes for Ian Patterson as a bowler, so hopefully he can change things around for them. Another strong drive from Stretch, but straight to the man at mid-off and no run. Auckland have lost a second wicket in the other match. John Voinovich battled through 37 balls to score 8 before he was stumped by Matt Everest off the bowling of Tony Gray, who has both of the Canterbury wickets. Dale doing Adrian Dowings, 31 off 33, and he's been joined by Spencer Day. Tony Gray has 2 for 29 off 8. Kelvin Scott, none for 17 off 7.5 overs. 1 wicket down in Division 2. That was a Wellington wicket. Not sure exactly who it was, but we'll try and find that out. Canterbury Otago, 57 without loss in the other game. Jeffries continuing to Owens, who is again into the leg side for 1. Stretch again, hitting on the off through the offside, but only as far as the fielder at point. So he's looking increasingly confident, is Greg that he knows. And he goes on the sweep this time. He Actually, not sure he put it exactly where he wanted to. I think he was aiming a little bit more behind square, but he ended up hitting it very square. So just a single. Owens again on his legs, tickles it round the corner just for a single. Jeffries has done a good job, 3 overs for 10 runs. Still no wickets though. Wellington Tasman have now in this tournament batted 59 overs without losing a single wicket. They scored 331 runs yesterday, another 79 today. So that's over 400 runs without any of their batsmen being dismissed. Ian Patterson will have an opportunity to make amends for his first over here. Went for 14 runs that first over. Looked like he might have been getting a little bit of swing, but either wasn't able to control it or it just simply didn't trouble the Wellington Tasman batsman. One of those batsmen is Colin Owens, who's continuing on his excellent form from yesterday, where he scored 111 not out. He's on 35 so far today. It's another wide from Patterson. So looks like he might be getting some in-swing to the left-handed Owens, but it's just swinging a little bit too much for him. Owens pulls this time and pulls well into the gap, firmly enough to almost go into the second ground, but definitely well enough to go for 4. So a good shot from Colin Owens there, his 6th boundary. Greg Stretch also has 6 boundaries in his 35, so the two batsmen going pretty much toe-to-toe so far. Districts have, looks like 2 men out on the boundary. There's a guy at fine leg, another one at square leg. I think that's the, and also a cover sweeper on the offside. Owens pulls again, and again he's found the gap and he's timed it really nicely again. Not a lot of power in the shot, as Jason Campbell was saying earlier, but plenty of timing, and the man at fine leg really had no chance. Didn't have to go too far, but it was just timed so well. So another boundary for Colin Owens. He moves on to 43. Drinks coming up after this ball. Oh, and it's not a great effort again from Districts, either from the bowler or from the keeper. It was down the leg side from the keeper, from the bowler, and Bert Horner wasn't able to stop it, so it's gone for a total of 3 wides. So Patterson will have to bowl another ball before the Districts team can have a drink and reassess. He's had another expensive over, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to go with 14 from his first. And it's a nice drive from Owens, but it doesn't beat the field. So that does bring the first block of 15 overs to a close, with Wellington again not losing a wicket at all. They're 91 without loss after 15 overs. Colin Owens on 43 and Greg Stretch on 35. Over in the other match, in Division 1, Adrian Dale continuing to go along nicely, 44 to go with his 47 yesterday. He's done that at a run a ball today with 5 fours and a 6. All of the other batsmen have found it difficult to score runs. John Cleland took 12 balls for his 5. John Vojnovic took 37 balls for his 8. And Spencer Day has so far consumed 15 deliveries for just a solitary single. Good bowling from Kelvin Scott and Tony Gray, keeping Auckland to a run rate of 3.39 after 18 overs over there. Down in Division 2, Canterbury Otago 69 without loss after 16 overs. Mark Hampton batting well again. He scored 54 yesterday. He's on 35 today. Tom Music on 29. And in the final game, Wellington Tasman are 42 for 2 against Districts. I don't have all the score details for that, but I can tell you that Reverendo and Richard Hawkin, 2 batsmen in, both on 4. And that Greg Shearer has 1 for 8. Looks like a wicket has fallen in the Canterbury Otago game, and I believe it might be Adrian Dale. It looks like the Canterbury Otago boys are celebrating pretty hard, and I can see Spencer Day leaning on his bat, which would suggest that in fact it is Adrian Dale who's out. So huge moment in that game. We'll get some details in a moment. Just about ready to resume after drinks. Chris Jeffries will continue. He's bowled well so far. None for 10 from 3 overs. Another powerful shot from Stretch, just for one. She's on 49, sorry, I've just been corrected. Ooh, nearly chopped it onto his stumps there. Just a little bit late in the defensive shot, and the ball bounced down and up and came very close to knocking the stumps off, knocking the bails off at least. Driven to extra cover, and I think that will bring up 50 for Colin Owens. It does, second consecutive 50 plus score for him, following his unbeaten 111 yesterday. So great, Nick. Not out for Colin Owens. Well batted. I think I might have mistakenly said yesterday that his century yesterday was his debut over-50s match. That was incorrect. He did actually play against Canterbury Otago in a warm-up game earlier in the season, but his century was his first at IPT level. And he doesn't show any signs of not scoring 100 today, you have to say. He's again looked really untroubled by all the bowling. But this probably is District's trump card in terms of their bowling attack. Coming in from the city end now, it's Adil Samani. He'll be replacing Ian Patterson, whose 2 overs went for 26. So a change probably had to be made there, and might as well bring in your best bowler. Bowls leg spin. Used to play for Northern Districts at first class level, did Adil Samani back in the 90s. More of a batsman these days, batting all-rounder I guess. Bats in the middle order for Districts, but played first class cricket as a bowler. So it'd be interesting to see how he goes with his leg spin, bowling to the in-form Colin Owens. Bowls fairly quick for a leg spinner. He doesn't give it a lot of loop. Has a googly, so we'll watch out for that. I guess he'll have to be careful here, turning the ball into Colin Owens, who's shown to be so strong off his pads on the leg side. He'll have to make sure he doesn't err in that department. He does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men on the leg side, so he has protection. That one does allow Owens to just push it into the leg side. For a single. And that also brings Greg Stretch onto strike. Change in the field. We've got the mid-wicket going back, and the short fine leg is coming into mid-wicket. And the deep square leg is moving even more behind square to cover that huge gap. That's still a very, very big gap between mid-wicket, well, square of mid-wicket on the leg side. If Greg Stretch is able to get it round the corner, there could be plenty of runs there. Also a cover sweeper on the boundary for Stretch. No men back in front of the wicket, so they're out there too. Stretch cuts, but straight to the man at point. Nicely bowled again by Samani. Full, but comfortably played by Greg Stretch. And for the last ball of the over, they send Ian Patterson back to long off, just for protection. Don't want to spoil a good over. And he doesn't. It's a good delivery to finish. So good start for Samani, just 1 run off his first over. So Districts will be looking for a bit of a halt on the run rate here. We've got Chris Jeffries, who's bowled 4 overs for 18. He's done well. And Samani just 1 off his over. So if these 2 bowlers can bowl in tandem for a little while, maybe restrict the Firehawks batsmen, that might put a bit of pressure on them and force a mistake. I'm sure that'll be the idea here. I can confirm that Adrian Dale was dismissed. He was actually run out for 45. So huge wicket whenever Adrian Dale gets out for Auckland. 67 for 3 are Auckland. Officer Tanu'u is the new batsman, joining Spencer Day, who's on 2 from 25 deliveries. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump there. Good delivery from Jeffries. Owen's looking maybe to run it down to third man, but maybe just bounced a little bit on him. And he opts for a more traditional back foot defence on this occasion. Again, no run. Just the 1 run off the first 5 deliveries of this over, following a 1 run over from Samani previously. And Owen does get a single to the over, but still a good over. Two runs off it, so only 3 runs off the last 2 overs. That's much more like what Districts would want at this stage. Try and force Owens and Stretch to do something a little bit different if they want to maintain this run rate, which is still very healthy, of course, at 5.67. Wellington, Tasman, as I keep pointing out, yet to lose a single wicket in this entire tournament. 63 overs they've now batted without any of their players being dismissed. Samani to continue to Colin Owens. One run off his pads. Samani's found his line pretty well early on so far today. Just the 2 runs that he's conceded from 8 deliveries so far. Hard to tell from this angle if he's getting a lot of turn. Adil Samani. Oh, he's bowled a no ball. It's interesting. So we will have a free hit. Free hits in play in this tournament for no balls. So how will Colin Owens approach this one? I suggest he might go leg side. He does, and he's hit it overhead of long on. It's not going to go to the boundary. The fielder will pick it up about a foot inside. So good attacking shot from Owens, as you'd expect from a free hit. Just takes 2, or just gets 2 for the shot. So despite the no ball, which turned into a free hit, still only 4 runs from the over. He is none for 5. And the score's 106. I suppose I don't need to keep saying it, without loss. Pretty sure I heard another wicket in the Auckland-Canterbury-Otago game. Officer Tunu'u was bowled by Andrew Nuttall for 4. Good aggression from Stretch. Takes him into the 40s, 41 he is, of 55 deliveries. Seven boundaries to Stretch, 8 to Colin Owens. Bit of a shout, but even from here I could hear 2 sounds, bat and pad. Another solid shot from Stretch, but the man at mid-on is back at long on now, and that's who it goes to. It's just a single for Stretch this time. But he looks like he's opening his shoulders a wee bit, as he may as well do with almost half the overs gone and still all 10 wickets available. Ooh, shy at the stumps there. I think if he'd hit, then could have been some interest, but Owen's quite fit, as Jason Campbell mentioned earlier, and good judge of a single, makes it quite easily. Plays a lot of indoor cricket, does Colin Owens. I believe he still plays age group level for New Zealand, and you have to be fairly fit to play that game at that level. Shouts of "come on boys" from Bert Horner, the wicket-keeper, trying to keep his players interested, no doubt. And keen, they don't really have any option. But it must be a little bit disappointing to say, 20 overs without a wicket, and to be honest, not really looking like taking one. We've had one confident LBW shout, but nothing really even approaching a catching chance or anything. They've looked very solid, these two batsmen. And Stretch goes big this time over cow corner. There is a man there, but it's gone sailing over his head and into the road for 6 runs. So good, solid boof from Greg Stretch. As I mentioned, he's looking to open the shoulders now. He's on 48, so just within one shot of a 50 for Greg Stretch, if he can get there. A good solid blow, that one, heaving it away to where Samani does have protection, but the boundary just wasn't big enough. What can Samani do this time? Stretch. Oh, just mentioned about catching opportunities, and Stretch has given one there. He's whacked it back at Samani, who dived over to his left. Not a left-hander, but he threw out the left hand. Just couldn't pull it in. It would have been a complete stunner of a catch if he had. It was hit well. But does have to go down as a chance, I'm afraid. Owens continuing to play the anchor role as he did yesterday, even though he is outscoring Stretch and has a better strike rate. Just looks like he's playing that anchor role, whereas Stretch is really looking for the boundary now. Short and wide down the leg side. Owens wasn't able to catch up with it. He tried to whack it down to fine leg. Ooh, that's well bowled outside the off stump, turning in, and Owens tried to cut, seemed to keep a bit low. Missed it, and well taken by Bert Horner, the keeper. 9 runs off that Samani over, his most expensive. Auckland 74 for 4 after 24 overs in the other match. 2 wickets to Tony Gray, 1 to Andrew Nuttall, who's to typically miserly. 3 overs, 1 for 2 he has. Ben Handy currently batting with Spencer Day. Few wickets falling in Division 2. I'll give you the information there in a moment. Chris Jeffries getting through overs a little too quickly. As we see Stretch pushing the ball down the ground and too long on and bringing up a half century. So well played to you, Greg Stretch. First opportunity for him to bat in this tournament, and he's made it count on his home ground with a very well played 50. Short, and Owens has smashed that one through the covers. Should get to the boundary. I'm pretty sure it will. It does. That was a pretty bad ball from Chris Jeffries. Long hop, outside off stump. And Owens, as he almost always does, found the gap. And after that, it was always going to be 4. So 63 he is now from 69 with 9 similar 4s. Greg Stretch has 7 4s and a 6. That one's well timed again, but straight to the man, so no run there. 5.91 is the run rate. Such a good base for the Firehawks here. You could see any kind of score really. They're well ahead of what they were at this time, at this point in the match yesterday, and then we all saw what Richard Petrie did when he came in. Whether he'll come in again at 3, I'm not sure. End of another steady over for the Firehawks. 7 runs off that one without too much trouble. They're just getting 6s and 7s every over, it seems. What can districts do? Division 2, Canterbury Otago, 96 for 2 they are. Tom Musich doing well, 43 he's on. Wellington, Tasman, 62 for 3 against districts. Those are both Division 2 games. But looks like we've chosen a good game to cover again here today at Horton Park number 1. Definitely the highest scoring of the matches, 130 without loss. Wellington, Tasman, over 50s. Looking quite impregnable. What can Adil Samani do? Bowling to Greg Stretch on 51. 2 well set batsmen, good batting pitch, fast outfield, heaps of gaps. What can he pull out of the bag? Well, Greg Stretch pulls a big shot out of the bag, but it goes straight to the man at deep mid-wicket, so it's just a single. Change in the field here. What have we got? The long on fielder is moving squarer. So he's going to move round to sort of cow corner position. Chris Jeffries is moving into what looks like mid-on. So we've got two, sort of a very wide long on, I suppose, and then a cow corner. And in fact, three men. So definitely realising that the slog sweep is Greg Stretch's go-to shot. He's got three men back for that shot. Let's see what Stretch does. Yes, there's one man just in front of square, another man about 20 yards to his left, and then another man 20 or 30 yards to his left. It does open up a few other options for Stretch, I suppose, if he's good enough. He goes straight, but to the man at mid-on, so no run there. Goes offside this time with a lot of power, but the only man back on the offside is the cover sweeper, and that's who it goes to. Oh, Colin Owens is bowled. Finally a wicket. Finally a wicket for Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Finally one for Districts. And finally Colin Owens is dismissed in this tournament. He now has an average. I'll work that out in a moment. But he has chopped the ball onto his stumps going back to cut, and just plays the ball onto his off stump, it looked like. And so he is bowled. Bowled by Adil Samani for 65, so another excellent innings from Colin Owens. And after nearly 68 overs, Wellington Tasman have lost a wicket. Owens gets a good round of applause as he comes back. Following his 111 yesterday, that would give him an average of 176, I think, something like that. Not too bad. And District's joy at taking that wicket may be tempered somewhat by the arrival at the wicket of Richard Petrie. We saw him come in actually at a later stage in the innings yesterday and hit 80 off 49, so he's now got the best part of half the innings to cause some major carnage. Let's see what he can do. Chris Jeffries has been replaced at the Hills end by Grant Hall. Similar type of bowler, I think, just bowls a bit of medium pace. Just take this opportunity to remind everyone that the Facebook page for New Zealand Over-50s cricket is the place to go for all the live streaming links, for the live scorecards, for the results, for any sort of media coverage. It'll all be there. So just go to Facebook and then type in New Zealand Over-50s cricket. It's your one-stop shop for Over-50s cricket in New Zealand. Right, Hall to Stretch. Let's see what he can bring to the table. Starts well. Got what looks like one of those actions that they say off the wrong foot. Not sure it technically is off the wrong foot, but slightly quirky action nonetheless. Greg Stretch will probably just wait here while a few children walk past the sight screen. They're ushered along by the umpire, encouraged to carry on their way, and Hall will continue. Short this time and pulled away by Greg Stretch to the man in the deep. So single for him. Brings Richard Petrie on strike. He took a few balls yesterday to get into his work. I think he was about 6 off 10 or something like that before he just put the hammer down. Ended with 80 runs off 48 deliveries, I think. He's off the mark straight away with a nice push into the leg side out to that mid-wicket man on the boundary. So Petrie off the mark straight away. I was wondering whether the Firehawks might change up their batting order a little bit, give some other players opportunities, but they have opted for Petrie to come in at 3. That's a bit of a poor delivery from Grant Hall down the leg side. It's going to be wides. It'll be a wide plus 2 runs for a total of 3 wides. Wellington do have plenty of other batsmen in their lineup, the likes of Scott McCarty, Hamish French, Jason Kilworth, Scott Pender. Oh, and there's a wicket. So the wickets are tumbling now by Wellington Firehawk standards, as we see Greg Stretch yorked there. Really good delivery by Grant Hall, full and straight, and Stretch, looking to push along the run rate, played over the top of it, and he's bowled. So 2 very rapid wickets for the Districts boys. They'll be delighted with that. Good innings though from Greg Stretch, 54 from 68, so well played to him. And it's the second bowled of the innings. So one of the players that I just mentioned a moment ago will get an opportunity to bat. That's Scott McCarty, coming in at 4, former first-class cricketer. Played first-class cricket for both Otago and Wellington as a top/middle order batsman. Also, he may have kept wicket at first-class level. I'm not sure. Definitely at senior club level, and also bowls a bit. Opened the bowling for the Firehawks yesterday. So, very good all-round cricketer, Scott McCarty. Let's see what he can do here. Hall goes full again, but can't get the line right, and it's another leg side wide. So a little bit of a mixed bag from Hall on this over, but the Districts guys will take it, given that it included a wicket, and an important wicket, that of Greg Stretch. But still, Wellington Tasman fully on top here. They've got 8 wickets left, 20 overs left to make hay while the sun continues to shine. And as I was saying, plenty of batting to come. Hamish French, Scott Pender, Jason Kilworth, Jason Campbell, Nav Harath can bat. Who else have they got? Tim Horn, he can give it a whack. Plenty of options for the Firehawks still to come. Hall appealing for an LBW that appeared to come right off the middle of Scott McCarty's bat. So, unsurprisingly given not out. And that's the end of the over. A successful one for Grant Hall. He has 1 for 6. And Wellington Tasman are 139 for 2 after 24 overs, so 21 overs to go in this innings. If they can go at sevens, that could push them close to 300. I'm sure they'll be looking at that, considering what they did yesterday and considering the batting strength that they do have. Not doing so well in the batting department are Auckland. Again, 78 for 5 they are. Ben Handy was dismissed by Andrew Nuttall for 0. Nuttall has 2 for 4 off 5 typically economical overs. Neil Ronaldson's in though, and we saw what he did yesterday with a rapid 57, so he's 2 from 9 so far, and Spencer Day is still in there, 9 off 49 deliveries, so I'm not sure if the going is quite difficult over there or it's maybe not showing a lot of intent. But 78 for 5 after 28 overs. Plenty of runs in this game, and it's going to be Samani bowling to Richard Petrie. Should be a good contest this. Petrie pulls to one of 2 men in the deep, so we've just got 2 men on the leg side boundary for Petrie to start with. And looks like the field will remain the same for McCarty. There's also a cover sweeper on the boundary. So just the 3 men back actually. Full toss from Samani to McCarty, and he hits it down to mid-on, but it's well fielded there by the mid-on fielder sprawling away to his left. So Samani got away with that one. It's probably his first full toss of the bowling stint. McCarty cuts this time, but just after some good fielding, there's some bad fielding, and the ball gets past the point fielder there, and the batsman will come back for 2. So McCarty is off the mark now with that cut shot. Nice line from Samani just on McCarty's leg stump. And again, nicely bowled, forcing McCarty to defend. Again, it's three straight deliveries in pretty much the same spot, which McCarty played very similarly. And that's the end of a good over, just 3 runs off it. He now has 1 for 20 from 5 overs. Interestingly, despite taking a wicket in his first over, Grant Hall has been replaced. And it's going to be Richie Stevens. bowling from the Hills end, which is the far end from us. I think he bowls leg spin, which will make leg spin at both ends, an unusual sight at over 50s cricket level. Fairly short fella, Richie Stevens. Good head of red hair and a beard to match. And he's got a bit of a challenge on his hands with the man at the other end facing him being Richard Petrie. Field set, we've got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square, and a man just running out to the cover boundary as well. Let's see what he can dish up. Starts with a long hop that Richard Petrie smashes over the head of the mid-off fieldsman, and it bounces once or twice into the boundary for 4. So that was definitely not the ball to start any bowling spell, least of all one that involves Richard Petrie batting. So Petrie's first boundary. Just a wee delay as the ball has to be retrieved from the parking lot of the Red Cross building that you can see in the background on your picture there. Almost like he was aiming for that cross as a target. Okay, so Stevens is bowling leg spin by the looks of things. And that first delivery won't have done a lot for his confidence, but let's see if he can get his length right. Yeah, it's a bit fuller, and it's just pushed up to mid-off for 1. Hit hard this time from McCarty to the man at cover who does well. So cries of "come on Richie," which I'm sure refer to his length. That's shortish again. And McCarty goes back and sort of straight pulls it to long on for a single. It's a better delivery, but still concedes a single to Petrie. Let's see if Stevens can get out of this over. Not too bad, just another one down the ground to finish. So that's the 150 up for Wellington Tasman. After 26 overs, it's a run rate of 5.77. It means they have 19 overs to go. Great weather for cricket now, not too hot, not too cold. A light breeze rustling the leaves of that big tree that you can't really see it in your picture, but the big old tree at square leg as Scott McCarty would look at it. So very pleasant for cricket. Definitely t-shirt weather, and the players will be enjoying it after the cold of yesterday, and it was cold, and also before the heat that's expected for the last 2 days of the tournament. Looks like Grant Hall has changed ends. That explains why he only got the 1 over, and he'll be replacing Adil Samani, who they may be saving for later in the innings. He'd bowled quite well so far. So perhaps this end suits Hall's bowling a little bit better. Maybe the direction of his swing. Looks like he might be an in-swing bowler. Driven firmly down the ground by Scott McCarty for a single. Strong shot by Petrie, but again he's picked out a fielder, and it'll just be 1 to the man at cover on the boundary. So it feels like the last 10 overs or so from districts haven't been too bad. It looked like Firehawks were getting away from them a little bit, but those 2 wickets and some good tight bowling and good fielding have brought districts back into this. It's hit well, but again to that man who's now at he's still at cover on the boundary, cover sweeper. Petrie swings at that one, but I'm not sure exactly what it's come off. It's gone down behind. Runs. Okay, so it did come off the bat, and there was 2 runs to Richard Petrie, finishing off a decent over by Grant Hall. 2, 3, 4, 5 off it. So McCarty 6 off 15. There's a chance of a catch, but unfortunately it's been spilled by the man at cover. It was driven out to sort of squirted away off the bat a little bit, and the fielder had to sort of fall down to his left. Grant Hall it is there. Not an easy catch, but not a difficult one. And big opportunity for Districts. Richie Stevens would have been delighted to get Scott McCarty out there. He's bowling a bit better, looks like. That one's shortish again, and Petrie, his power, he just thumps that through the gap at extra cover for 4. So most batsmen wouldn't have the strength to get it into that position, but Petrie's just such a big, strong guy that you really just can't afford to miss your line and length with him. He's 15 off 9, and there's another short ball that's gone to the other side of the fielder there, Grant Hall, and also out to the boundary, gives the cover sweeper no chance. So again, just such strength from Petrie. And suddenly he finds himself 19 off 10. Shortish again and thumped again. This is going to be 3 boundaries in a row, almost identical. They've gone either side of Grant Hall at cover there. 2 to his right and 1 to his left. So Stevens really needs to get his length right or get some protection there. Good over for the Firehawks. They're now going at exactly 6 and over. 168 for 2 they are after 28. A couple of overs before drinks. Maybe it'll give the Districts team a chance to reassess, decide how they're going to set the flow of runs in the last 15 overs of this Firehawks innings. So McCarty, 7 off 16, still just working his way into this innings. Petrie, 23 off 11, no such issues for him. Full toss, which McCarty can't take advantage of. Hits it straight to the fielder and no run. He does sometimes take a few deliveries to get into full flow, does Scott McCarty. Well, there's another full toss, and it's also a no ball. So it'll be a free hit, and Richard Petrie will have access to it. So not really the guy you want to be giving a free hit to, unfortunately. Let's see what he can do here. It's long on, long off, and man just in front of square, and the cover sweeper. Those are the fielders on the boundary. Looks like, yeah, Adil Samani's being sent back from mid-wicket to the cow corner fence, perhaps expecting that Petrie will aim leg side. He may well still do so, because if he connects, it won't matter where the fielders are really. Petrie's looking leg side himself, but there's no one back on the offside now, so that could give him an option to go offside. Let's see. Oh, has a wild swing at it, so wild that he sends himself onto his backside. It only hits the pad and no run, so Grant Hall and Districts get away with that one. Petrie was swinging as hard as he possibly could there. I don't think he would have been satisfied with a 4 off that free hit. He was looking for the maximum. Here we go, Hall to Petrie again. This one's driven. The call is maybe 2. But it gets across and this of it. He got there and then it just in the slide it bounced off his body and it's gone over the boundary for 4. So bit of bad luck. That was Ian Patterson, fielder down there. Long on, a long off, right in front of me here in the commentary position. So 4 to Petrie, and he's keeping an amazing strike rate of his. 27 off 13 he is. Strike rate of 207. He's gone big this time. That has cleared the fence and it's gone for 6. Out onto the street again. We saw that shot a few times yesterday. Just almost goes down on one knee and swings that big frame of his through the ball. And if he gets any sort of connection on it, well, it's definitely going to be a boundary. Some more entertainment from Richard Petrie, as we saw yesterday. And the Firehawks, again, just being merciless on their opponents. Even though Districts have taken 2 wickets, the Firehawks are still going at 6 1/4 and over. And there's just a bit of a delay as we try to find the ball. It's been sent into that house across the street a few times over the last couple of days by the likes of Petrie and Mason Robinson in particular. Okay, it's returned to Grant Hall. Let's see what he can do. Petrie calls for 2. It probably should have been 2 with a slight fumble from the long-on fielder, but McCarty said, no, we'll just take 1, thanks, Peaches. Big full toss, which Scott McCarty has slapped away to the boundary down at fine leg, and it's a no ball because it was too high, and it's 4. And it'll be a free hit, so McCarty will have a free hit. It's the second free hit that Grant Hall has served up this over. And it's really ruined his figures. Let's see what McCarty can do here with the free hit. And again, no run off the free hit, so Grant Hall's proving quite good at bowling free hits. Quite effective. Maybe he should do a bit more of that on balls that aren't free hits. Anyway, what came off that over? 4, 5, 6, 12, 16, 17, 18 runs off the over. Ian Patterson is going to have another go from the far end here, replacing Richie Stevens, who struggled a little bit with his length. And Ian Patterson struggled a little bit too early on, as his figures of none for 26 from 2 overs would suggest. But Districts can only use the resources that they have at their disposal, and the Firehawks are just piling on these runs here, and who knows where this innings is going to finish. 16 overs to go, 186 they have already. You'd think that another 120 runs would be the minimum that Firehawks would look for. Oh, sorry, correction. It's actually going to be Adil Samani bowling. Ian Patterson seemed to be tossing the ball up and marking out his run, but now Adil Samani's doing that very same thing, and I'm pretty sure he'll have a bowl. So he probably has been the pick of the bowlers for districts. 1 for 20 from 5 overs. He has 4 overs left. He'll probably bowl those all out now. Auckland struggling, 99 for 7 they are. 100 for 7 in fact. Andrew Nuttall, 4 for 12 from 7 overs. Outstanding from him. Spencer Day was finally dismissed, 14 off 59 deliveries. No one below him in the order has reached double figures, apart from Neil Ronaldson, who's 11 not out. So Auckland really struggling there. If they lose today, they will have lost both of their games, and that would pretty much put them out of the tournament. Petrie showing a bit of a deft touch to go with his power as he late cuts that one for a single down to short third man. McCarty not happy with himself for missing out on what he felt was a scoring opportunity there, cursing himself rather loudly. This is the last scheduled over before drinks, so we'll have a wee break in a moment. Shot from McCarty, but there is protection, so it'll just be one. That is hit in the air without a lot of power, but safely to the man at cover. So McCarty still content to just work himself into this innings. 13 off 25 he has. And again, solid forward defensive shot. So that will be drinks. Stay with us though, there'll be plenty of fireworks I expect in the last 15 overs of this innings, which will start again in about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, so we're just about ready to start again, and it looks like Ian Patterson, who had a bit of a false start from the other end, is in fact going to bowl from this end, which is the city end here at Horton Park in Blenheim, the sunshine capital of New Zealand, arguably. Just quickly, Division 2 scores. Canterbury Otago 147 for 3. Tom Usich still batting, 58. That's after 32 overs. And Wellington Tasman, after 31 overs, they're 119 for 3. So that's 3.8 and over. Richard Colkin always seems to score runs at this level. He's on 36. Graham Choate, 29. Good for him. Meanwhile, Auckland struggling in Division 1, 113 for 7. Neil Ronaldson still there, 13, so they have a chance over these last 11 overs to post some sort of total. Andrew Nuttall, 4 for 16, the main destroyer. So it's going to be Ian Patterson, whose 2 overs so far have gone for 26, and he'll be bowling to Richard Petrie on 36. One run to Petrie. So in these last 15 overs, if Wellington can score it a minimum of 6 over, it'll 80 as a total, but I'm sure they'll be looking at well over 300. McCarty looking a bit more aggressive, but still can't get a run. He's 13 off 27. It's a wide. So as I mentioned before, Ian Patterson came into this tournament with some fairly big raps. He's a bit of a legend in Taranaki cricket, but hasn't quite made an impact in this game yet. It's a better ball though, forcing McCarty to just push down the ground for a single. Oh, that's an edge from Petrie, which he's somehow edged past his own stumps and down to fine leg. So it was an off drive that went to fine leg. Bit of a French cut, as it used to be called. Maybe still is. Don't know if that's racist. McCarty plays an almost identical shot to his previous delivery. So, yeah, better over from Ian Patterson, that one. Hit a wide, but generally pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs off it. So in case you're not familiar with the format of this tournament, we have 4 provincial sides in each of the two divisions, same provinces. Each team has a first team and a second team. Each of those 4 teams plays each other in a round-robin format before we have a grand final on Monday in each division and a third and fourth playoff. So that means each team will play a total of 4 games. In Division 1, the teams are playing for the IPT Trophy, which is currently held by Auckland. And in Division 2, there's a newly minted shield, the Division 2 IPT Shield. Ben Warren being brought into the attack at this fairly late juncture. He was a bit off maybe. Good start from him. McCarty goes a bit more aggressive this time, but doesn't really get much power. Down to long off for a single. Delicate touch from Petrie with that late cut again. It's beaten the man, he's chasing after it, and he'll get it just inside the boundary. It's Richie Stevens chasing after it, and it'll be 2 more for Petrie. Brings him into the 40s. Again, at a very impressive strike rate, 40 off 21 balls. That's a strike rate of 190. So the Wellington Tasman Firehawks won the first IPT back in 2019. Auckland won last year, and this is the 3rd edition of the tournament. It's the first tournament to have a Division 2. There was a separate tournament played last year called the National Regional Tournament, which served as a second 11 tournament. That was won by Canterbury. Strong shot from Petrie, holds the pose as it races into the extra cover boundary. Beautiful shot. Just that power that he has. So even if it's just a few metres to the side of the fielder, and these big gaps at Horton Park means it's going to race away. 4 runs to Petrie. Rather spoils what was otherwise a good over from Ben Warren. 9 runs off it. So Canterbury, I think it was just a Canterbury side rather than a Canterbury Otago side that won that National Regional Tournament last year. But we've incorporated both divisions together this year for the first time, making it a doubled tournament, doubled in size. And all the teams, and Marlborough Cricket doing a fantastic job of hosting us this year. Thank you to them. Wide ball from Ian Patterson. The weather, definitely playing ball. First IPT was held in Christchurch over Labour Weekend in October of 2019, which wasn't quite conducive to beautiful weather. And then a little bit of bad weather around in Auckland last year, but we got all the games in. But no sign of rain at all in Blenheim. It did rain a little bit last night, but not enough to affect the wicket in any way. So McCarty quite happy to push the singles where he's able and give the strike to Richard Petrie, who's much more interested in hitting boundaries. Approaching another 50. But he won't get any run on that occasion, as it's a good length ball that he can only just push into the offside. Again, good delivery from Ian Patterson, and all Petrie can do is just push it down the ground. Missed field there by Richie Stevens. McCarty thinks it gives him an opportunity for a run, but Richard Petrie says don't run on a misfield, or words to those effect, and McCarty has to scurry back, which he does. Into the over, not a bad one from Ian Patterson, although his figures aren't still flattering. 4 overs, none for 35. In the other game, Auckland still hanging in there, 122 for 8. They are. Neil Ronaldson on 16. Maya Chauhan was the last to go, giving Andrew Nuttall his 5-wicket bag. 5 for 18 he has. And I believe that's actually his first 5-wicket bag at over-50s level. He's taken a number of forfers, but I think that's his first 5 for 18 off 8.5 deliveries. He still has one ball left to maybe make that 6, but outstanding effort from Wellington. 63, still definitely one of the best bowlers in over-50s cricket anywhere in the world, let alone New Zealand. If you want to follow those scores, you can go to the New Zealand Over-50s Facebook page. All the links to the Crick HQ scorecards are there, as well as a link to this Pitch Vision live streaming and the interactive scorecard, where you can choose individual players and look at their efforts individually. For example, all the highlights for a particular batsman or bowler. Ooh. Pete stood his ground there as Ben Warren tried to cross him. It's usually only going to be winner when Richard Petrie's involved. Big tall man he is, 6'4", very solidly built. So Warren had to submit there, and McCarty took the single. Petrie still happy to respect the good deliveries. And whatever hand hits that reasonably well, but there is protection. It's sort of an extra cover sweeper now. I think after the 3 or 4 boundaries that Petrie has hit through extra cover, they've realised that perhaps a cover sweeper, extra cover sweeper is more effective than a regular sweeper. McCarty goes hard and straight and into the side screen now for 4. So his second boundary, finally getting hold of one, McCarty, after just pushing and prodding for a little while. He does go straight and again ruins what would otherwise be a good Ben Warren over. I think the last ball of his first over went for a boundary, and this one does as well. Short, and looked like it surprised Petrie a bit, that one. He usually doesn't mind a short delivery, but all he could do is just kind of bunt it down to cover. Goes big this time, does Petrie, and he's hit it all the way for 6. We saw 2 or 3 boundaries just like that, or 6s yesterday like that. It's 50 as well. Brings up a second consecutive 50 with that sort of, don't quite know how to describe that shot. It's like a drive slog. Anyway, it's effective, and that's his second 6 of the innings today. 50 off 31 deliveries for Richard Tree. Gets a bit more agricultural that time on the sweep, and just a single. The run rate's up to 6.5 now. As McCarty flicks that nicely, but again to the fielder. Richard Petrie, leading run scorer at both of the previous IPTs. And as that's a bye, he won't increase his total for now, but he'll be up among them already this year, having scored an 80 and now a 50. That's about 130. Colin Owens, no doubt, top of the tree with 111 plus 65 today. But Petrie has time to chase him down, given the rate that he scores at. Top 3 run scorers in the competition so far are all from the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, the 2 I just mentioned, Owens and Petrie, plus Mason Robinson. Adrian Dale would have about 92 runs now, having scored a 47 and a 45. .34 deliveries. It was Ian Patterson who took the catch. And the new batsman will be Tom Lancaster, getting his first opportunity in this tournament. Usually opens the batting, I believe. Plays for the Eastern Suburbs Club in Wellington, which is my old club. I grew up just up the road from Kilburnie Park there, and that's the club that he plays for, as does Scott Pender and Hamish French, who are also in the Wellington Tasman first 11. Anyway, so let's see what Tom Lancaster can do in these last 10 overs. I imagine his instructions are to keep the score ticking over, which he does straight away. Nice little clip of his legs to get going. So it looks like two guys who you'd probably say more accumulators at the crease now rather than smashers. There are some smashers in the Firehawks lineup, guys like Jason Campbell and Tim Horn, both aggressive players. Jason Kilworth. Nav Harath likes to give it a whack as well. Not sure if Hamish French and Scott Pender are both in the lineup today. They're probably more in the accumulator category, but they run really hard between the wickets, which could be effective on a big field like this. Successful over that one from Ben Warren, his best of the day so far, just 3 runs off it and a wicket. Auckland, what are they on? 147 for 9. So they have recovered a little bit. They were 98 for 7, 147 for 9. Not too bad. Neil Ronaldson doing well again. 35 not out for him from 34 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s. As I mentioned before, Andrew Nuttall, the main destroyer there, 5 for 18. That gives him 8 wickets for the tournament so far in just 2 games. In Division 2, Canterbury Otago, 186 for 5. Tom Music still going, 71 off 97. And Wellington Tasman, 176 for 4. Richard Colkin, 69 not out. Good for him. Ian Patterson bowls to McCarty, who smashes it over the mid-wicket fieldsman into the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Short delivery from Patterson, and McCarty made good contact with that one. Call of 2, they might even get more than that as Chris Jeffries misfields at fine leg. Lancaster's looking pretty energetic and he insists on the 3. Comes back for 3 indeed. So McCarty is credited with 3 runs. Into the 37th over, 237 for 3 Wellington Tasman Firehawks. That's a run rate of 6.4. Scott McCarty, 34, Tom Lancaster on 3. Looks like Auckland have been dismissed. I don't have the details of the final wicket yet, but the players have left the field there. In fact, 153 all out they were. Neil Ronaldson was run out for 39. So Canterbury Otago will need 154 runs to win that game. Again, that innings finishing much earlier than this one. This one still has 8 overs to go. That'll take the best part of 25 minutes. Warren Blatt, but McCarty sweeps nicely down to the fielder on the boundary, who gets a good throw back in, so just the single. Good quick single from Tom Lancaster. Flat again, but McCarty's able to drive it out to extra cover for one more run. Good running from these two. Tom Lancaster doesn't look like he's a big hitter, so he's doing his best to just push and run, which is probably sensible. McCarty probably more likely to hit the boundaries against this flat off spin from Ben Warren. Slow at that time, and McCarty just drops it down to short third man, and Lancaster calls him through. Another good over from Ben Warren, 5 runs coming from that. He's pulled his figures back somewhat, 4 overs, none for 26 he has. Ian Patterson, to be fair, has made a bit of a recovery after his first 2 overs went for 26. His last 4 gone for 26. And District's just climbing slowly back into this game, having dismissed Colin Owens, Greg Stretch and Richard Petrie. We're now seeing what the other Firehawks can do with the bat. As I peek out of the commentary position here, I can see Jason Campbell has the pads on, so he might be next in. Good man to have coming in at this stage in the innings, aggressive player. But for now, it's up to McCarty and Lancaster to see what they can make out of these next few overs. Patterson to continue. Oh, a big hit big stroke from McCarty and missed it completely. It was fairly full. Big shout for LBW from the District's players, but the umpire didn't really show too much interest. Big shot over cover this time from McCarty. Not a lot of timing, so he calls out 2 as he recognises he hasn't timed it. And the call was correct. It will be 2, with Grant Hall hauling it in. Pulled this time from McCarty. Big strong shot. He's finally got hold of one. He's middled that all the way for 6 over square leg. Big strong shot from Scott McCarty. Well played. It was a short ball, long hop in fact, but you still got to hit it pretty hard to get it for 6 on this big field, which he did. He's up to 45 now, Scott McCarty. He's got his strike rate up as well, 45 off 53 balls. That's a strike rate of basically 85. So he's done well. Again, there's a bit of retrieval work, as looks like the ball may have bounced over the fence of the house over there, which appears to have a fair amount of flora. I always get flora and fauna mixed up. It's the one that means trees. Plenty of trees there, and that may make the ball a little bit harder to find, although I can see the players walking back now, which would suggest that they have found it. Scott McCarty played his first season of over-50s cricket last year, did fairly well at the IPT, and was selected for the New Zealand team, which was supposed to go to Australia a couple of times actually in the tour to Australia has been scheduled and postponed due to COVID restrictions, so McCarty hasn't actually been able to play for New Zealand despite being selected. But he's showing that his selection in the New Zealand team was justified with good strong innings today. Bowled well yesterday, kept wicket as well. Good versatile player. I was actually selected to play for New Zealand after last year's IPT, but never actually had the opportunity to play. Lancaster drives into the covers, and as is his job to do, he just shoots off for the single straight away. So he's on 6 now from 9 deliveries. Partnership is 25. We saw a 133 run partnership for the opening wicket, for the first wicket, Colin Owens and Greg Stretch. And then we saw an 87 run partnership between Petrie and McCarty, so a couple of good partnerships. Men out today, Colin Owens bowled Samani for 65, Greg Stretch bowled Hall for 54. Richard Petrie was caught, Patterson bowled Warren for 55. Scott McCarty not out 46. Tom Lancaster not out 5. So all of the top 4 have passed 40. Again, showing really good consistency in the Firehawks top order. The hitherto mentioned Adil Samani, he's going to have another bowl. He's got 1 for 24 so far. He'll be replacing Ben Warren, who bowled pretty well. Other bowling figures, Aaron Hills also bowled well, none for 21 off 6, he may come back. Simon Dodds, none for 33 from 4. Chris Jeffries, none for 34 from 7. Ian Patterson, none for 62 from 7, that's nearly 9 and over. Grant Hall took a wicket but conceded 29 runs from his 3 overs. Richie Stevens, just the 2 overs, which went for 21. So that run rate's been hovering around 6.5 for a good while now, maybe the last 10 or 15 overs. Another drop and run from Lancaster. I'm sure the district's team will be aware that he's not really trying to hit boundaries, whereas Scott McCarty is. Plays a beautiful sweep shot, and he's timed the snot out of that one. It's gone square, beautifully timed. It's still going actually, and it's 50 for Scott McCarty with that really nice sweep shot. It's the 4th batsman to reach 50 for the Firehawks today. 50 runs from 55 deliveries, so he's really picked up that strike rate. Scott McCarty, well done to him. His first bat in this tournament. It's really an embarrassment of riches for the Wellington Tasman team in terms of batting. We haven't even seen the likes of Hamish French or Scott Pender. who are specialist batsmen. Short this time, and that's pulled away. Has he found the gap? No, he hasn't. There is a fielder at mid-wicket. So Samani losing his length a little bit on that delivery. I think he'll prefer bowling to Tom Lancaster, knowing he's not really looking for the boundary. And the fielders are alert to that as well, with Richie Stevens racing in there to stop any chance of a run. Does get a run this time. Calls for 2 actually, and I'm pretty sure they'll get it quite comfortably. Nicely bowled from Samani. Not really giving Lancaster a lot of single options, and he's not able to get a single on that occasion. So he's looking busy, but doesn't really seem to have that 3rd or 4th gear that his team might want him to have at this point in the innings. If he's able to give the strike to McCarty every ball, that'll be fine. But with 5 overs to go, Firehawks will definitely be looking for that magical 300 mark. They need 40 runs off 5 overs to reach that. That's Aiden over. I'm sure they'll have that in mind. Simon Dodds will return to the bowling crease after a less than enjoyable opening spell. He went for 33 off his first 4 overs. He'll have a job to do with the bat later. He top scored for districts yesterday with a hard hit 73 from 49 deliveries. Districts will need someone to bat like that today. Short, and McCarty has pumped it for 6 runs over mid-wicket. So 4 runs. Must have bounced just inside. I thought the umpire signalled 6 first, but it has been signalled 4. So not a great return to the crease for Simon Dodds. And again, there's a little bit of a retrieval job. Looks like one of the fielders has gone after it and hasn't yet returned. But he is coming back now. Ball in hand, which he will bowl into the bowler. And we'll reset. So 264 for 3. Another big score on the cards for the Firehawks. Just a question of how big. Well, at this rate, it's going to be quite big. That's another boundary which nearly hits a small child. Walking. A few hands on chins and slightly slumping shoulders from the district's team here. What can they do to stop this deluge of runs in the last 5 overs? There could really be some carnage here if McCarty continues. Some changes in the field. Looks like they're trying to protect that leg side a bit more. There's A man at square leg on the boundary, one at deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and cover sweeper. Goes high in the air. I think it's going to fall safe though. He hasn't hit it high enough, far enough to reach Richie Stevens. So mistimed that one, McCarty, probably to his own benefit. Just the single. Ooh, good delivery there, beats Lancaster. So 13 runs off that over, 273 for 3. If we're looking at that score of 300 as a target, means they need 27 off 4 overs. I'm sure that will be achievable, especially if McCarty remains in and Lancaster's able to chip in as well. Good crowd building up in the Horton Park Pavilion over to my left here as the players from the Auckland versus Canterbury Otago game enjoy their lunch. That innings completed about 20 minutes ago, so all the players are sitting there watching this contest between Adil Samani and Scott McCarty. McCarty goes for the sweep, misses it I think. There will be a run, it's just a question of what kind of run it'll be. The umpire says that he did get some bat on it. Single to Lancaster, doing his job, getting McCarty on strike. 10 from 15 for Tom Lancaster, so that's not a bad effort from him. McCarty, 65 from 62 though, he's doing the bulk of the run scoring. It's full and he just his toe and it's gone fine. There'll be 2 runs of some description. Lancaster turns for the third, but McCarty has no interest in that. Leg byes is the signal. McCarty just checking how many deliveries are left. There are 3 legitimate balls in this over. One's quick and flat, but McCarty is able to get a run as the ball goes down to short third man. Lancaster's finally found the gap, and that's going to go for 4. He slashed at that one outside the off stump, and there's plenty of gaps, and he found one of them. So that's his first boundary. We'll play to Tom Lancaster. He's up to 14. And again, runs just hard to restrict for the districts team. Even a decent over like this from Samani, it's already gone for 9, and there's a ball left. That's a good delivery though, beats Lancaster. spins outside his the outside edge of his bat, taken by Bert Horner. So dot ball to finish, good finish to the over. We have 3 overs left, the score is 282. Division 2 action, Canterbury Otago, they've nearly finished their overs. They're 236 for 8. Tom Usich, 81 not out. Fantastic effort from him. And Wellington Tasman, they're 220 for 5. I don't have individual score details there. I'll try to get those perhaps during the lunch break in this game. Anyway, let's focus on this match as we've only got 2 overs to go here. It'll be Dodds to continue, and McCarty has smashed that one. That could be one of the biggest sixes that we've seen. We've seen some big ones in the last couple of days, but that has hit the road on the full. So it's gone for a huge 6. Really launched into it. Solid man, McCarty, and he's put all his solidness into that shot. It's his second 6. He's moved up to 72 off 65 balls. So I don't remember exactly, but I think he was 13 off 25, which would mean that he's scored approximately 50 runs off 40 balls, something like that. Anyway, he's definitely accelerated his scoring. There will be a little delay here as once again someone has to go and find that ball. It's not only gone across Redwood Street, it's gone down the street that runs perpendicular to Redwood Street, so I don't know what sort of surface it's been running along, but if it's along the road itself, it could be a couple of blocks away. It was hit with a lot of power, that one from Scott McCarty. So I can tell you, in Division 2, the second 11 of the Wellington Tasman team has scored 220 for 5 after their 45 overs. Top scorer there, Richard Colkin, 79 off 96 deliveries. Graham Choate, 43 off 50. Stephen Hewson, interestingly, 29 not out, batting at number 6, playing as a batsman. He's injured himself, so he can't bowl. Has played for New Zealand as a spin bowler, who batted 10 or 11 for New Zealand, but he's batting at 6 for the Wellington Tasman second 11. Got some runs there. 7 or 8 bowlers used. We'll have a closer look at that later, but now the ball has returned in this game, and it'll be Dodds to McCarty, who swings again but doesn't time this one, and it's just down to long off for 1. Nicely played by Lancaster. He's found a little bit of a gap again. It's not going to go to the boundary, but it will be 2. Lancaster quite energetic between the wickets, outpacing Scott McCarty. Anyway, 2 runs for Lancaster. That's good from him. He's up to 16 from 18. And we've already had 9 off the first half of this over, 9 runs. Driven this time by Lancaster. He's found another gap, so it'll be 2 more. Hit in the midsection there, Lancaster trying to play a sort of a gentle pull around the corner, but they'll get a leg by. Brings McCarty on strike for the last ball of the over. How's he going to approach this? By whacking it over backward square leg for 6 runs. Wow, he really got hold of that one. Good strength from McCarty. It was a waist high full toss, but he still put it away over that square leg boundary. Once again, 6 runs from McCarty, his third 6, and he's up to 79. That shot also brought up the 300 for the Firehawks. So that's that target that I had set for them about 6 overs ago. They've comfortably reached that. So they might even be aiming for a similar total that they got yesterday. They scored 330 yesterday. The way Scott McCarty's batting, you wouldn't say that's beyond the realms of possibility either. So all 4 of the top 4 Firehawks batsmen reaching 50. 65 for Colin Owens, 54 for Greg Stretch, 55 for Richard Petrie, and now 79 not out for Scott McCarty. Great consistency from the Firehawks. Here's Samani to Lancaster. Sweeps it round the corner, and more of a paddle, really nice to go for. Just dribbles the boundary in front of me here now. So very well played by Lancaster. That was a good shot, that. More about placement than strength or power. And as I mentioned a few times, there are lots of gaps on this big field. And at over 50s level, fielders aren't maybe as fast at plugging those gaps as younger players. So if you are good at finding gaps, then you'll probably score quite a few runs. It's shortish again, and Lancaster pulls it aggressively out to the man at mid-wicket, just for 1. So Samani to McCarty. I'm sure he's going to have a go here. The question is, where's he going to aim, and how successful will he be? Ooh, goes for his favoured slog sweep option, but Samani may be wise to that. Pitched it right up there, Yorker length, and no run there. I'm sure he's going leg side, and I'm sure Samani knows that. Oh, now what's happened there? He's swept it again. Somehow his hat's fallen off. I'm not sure if the ball has popped up and hit him. It seems okay. No sign of distress, just a bit of a grunt. Let's see, will he try the same shot for a 3rd time in a row? He does, and he gets hold of it this time. A chance of a catch? No, it just falls in front of Grant Hall. Thought he'd hit it a little bit better than he did. Definitely looking for that sweep option, McCarty. Full again and bowled him. Really good delivery from Adil Samani. Yorker length, and Lancaster trying to hit it straight. Played all over the top of it, and he's been bowled. So that's the 3rd bowled of the innings, I think, out of 4 wickets. Good little hand from Tom Lancaster, 23 at a run a ball, but he's on his way now. And Districts pick up their 4th wicket. Walking enthusiastically out to the wicket to join Scott McCarty is Jason Campbell. So we've got 2 Marlborough boys at the wicket now. Both grew up here in Blenheim, played a lot here at Hordern Park. Not sure if they went to the same school or not, but they have definitely both played a lot here at Hordern Park. Campbell, an aggressive batsman, he's not going to waste any time here. Oh, really? So, what can Simon Dodds do? We've got 1 over to go. 306 for 4 is the total. Samani, he's finished his spell. 2 for 44. Pretty good. Well done. In the context of a run rate that's just a tad under 7. To go under 5 is pretty good. Simon Dodds, on the other hand, he's gone over 10 from his 6 overs. So here he is bowling to McCarty, who hits it to the only man in the ring on the leg side in front of the wicket. That's Adil Samani, so he'll take a single. And that will bring Campbell on strike. Pretty sure Campbell will be going leg side and straightish. I played 2 or 3 seasons with Jason at the Waka 2 club. Opened the batting with him most of the time, and yeah, he loves to give the ball a whack. And with 1 over to go, what other option do you have? Just a slight change in the field. Adil Samani just being positioned exactly where Simon Dodds wants him. Campbell does have a big swing, but he's hitting the belly. Swings that one away down on the leg side, and it will go for 4. So a replica of the first ball he faced, but this time he got hold of it. And there's no one within any distance of that shot. So it's gone into the boundary for 4. 4 runs off 2 balls for Jason Campbell. And Simon Dodds' day doesn't get any better. Crowd is dissipated now that the Auckland and Canterbury players have had to return to their game. Still a smattering of people around the boundary, a few down below me, foot of the pavilion. Yeah. Oh, again, Jason Campbell puts everything into that shot, but makes no contact at all. When he gets hold of these, they're going to go, but it's the getting hold of them that seems to be the issue. There we go, he does get hold of that one, and that has gone many, many miles into that property that's been under siege, really, over the last couple of days. 6 runs it is to Jason Campbell. Very big hit from him. And there's 1 ball left now. What can he do with this last ball? Well, we've got to find the ball first. So again, there will be a little bit of a ball retrieval delay. I'll just take that opportunity to tell you a little bit about... I'm just trying to find the scorecard for the Division 2 game. Struggling to do that, I'm afraid. Just a reminder that in the other Division 1 game, Auckland were dismissed for 153. Andrew Nuttall taking 5 for 18 there. Here we go, I can tell you Canterbury Otago from Division 2, they scored 250, an even 250. Tom Usich batted through that innings, 90 not out, well done to him. Okay, we'll just return to this last ball. He's got hold of it again. And it's going to be another 6 to finish the innings. So good hitting from Jason Campbell. He finishes with 16 of 5 deliveries with 2 6s and a 4. So yeah, that's brought them up to a total of 323. So almost the same as they got yesterday. So another huge target, this time for the district's team to chase. So we'll take a break ourselves, have some lunch, be back here in approximately half an hour. Welcome back to Horton Park in Blenheim. We're about to resume this Division 1 IPT fixture between Wellington, Tasman and Districts. Wellington Tasman batted first and scored 323 for 4. 50s to each of the top 1, 2, 3, 4 batters. In fact, all 6 batters reaching ball figures. Top score, Scott McCarty, 81 not out of 67 balls. And so, huge target for Districts to chase. It'll be Simon Dodds opening the batting with Captain Bert Horner. Simon Dodds top scored yesterday for Districts with 73 off 49 balls, so I think he came in at number 7 on the occasion, so he's been given the promotion up the order. Might as well when you're chasing such a big score. And he'll be facing Simon Clark. So 2 Simons, a pair of Simons getting us started. So here we go, Simon Clark to Simon Dodds. Oh, it's a good start. Appeal for stumping. Mason Robinson whipping off the bails as is his wont. Good delivery from Simon Clark. So 7.2 needed from the outset. It's a big target, but it'll only be 1 though. He's hit it to the man in the deep, well positioned. Bowled a few short balls yesterday, did Simon Clark, but the Auckland batsmen weren't really able to take toll of them. That shot will bring Bert Horner onto strike, the captain, wicketkeeper and opening batsman of the Districts team, member of the New Zealand Over-50s side. That's short and he's straight into it. It's a really good shot from Bert Horner. Cut onto the road, Redwood Street. So 4 runs off his first ball. I wonder if we're going to see a slightly more aggressive Bert Horner today. He scored 6 off 20 or something today. And like I said, with the run being 7.2, there isn't really time to mess around too much. Wide ball. It's a nice day out there on the field. Good temperature, not too hot, not too cold. There is a bit of a wind coming from what I think is the north. I'm going to say it's coming from north, going left to right, as you see it on your screen. But otherwise pleasant for the players. Good length from Clark, and Horner leaves that one, goes through to the other New Zealand over-50s cricket wicketkeeper Mason Robinson, and brings the first over to a close with 6 runs off it. Now this is an interesting development. We're going to see Scott Pender opening the bowling for the Wellington. Bowled in over 50s cricket before. He's played as a batsman, but he hasn't had a bat in either of the 2 games so far. So he's having a wee trundle here. Very fit and athletic man. 52, but looks about half his age from here. And he was telling us a couple of months ago about some bowling exploits of his as a teenager. I think he took 9, or it might have even been 10 wickets in a school match. But he's hardly bowled in cricket for the last 10 or 15 years, I think. That delivery might explain why. Wide, and I think it's going to be 5 of them. It is 5 wides. So he's been given the opportunity with the shiny new pink Duke's ball, which does swing. And that we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll say that one just swung too much to control. But the district side, from their perspective, they'll be very happy to take 5 free runs. And that's wide again, and it's beaten the keeper again. And don't think it'll quite have enough pace on it to be 5. But they'll run 2 plus the 1. In fact, it has. It's gone all the way. So another 5 wides. Whoops-a-daisy. It's 10 runs off no balls. Well, 0 balls, I should say. It's better, but there will be a run to Bert Horner. It's a bit better. He finally gets a dot ball in. It's good as well, so maybe just taking a few balls to find his range. Pender, last 2 balls have been good. Just very gentle medium pace, even at over 50s level, where there's not many quick bowlers. looks like a wicket has fallen in the Canterbury Otago versus Auckland game, and although I can't see perfectly from here, it looks like it might be Andrew Hoare. So that would be an important wicket. I'll try and confirm that in a moment. Anyway, that's the end of Scott Penn's over. That's 12 runs off it, and District's ahead of the run rate required. 18 for no loss after 2. Good delivery from Clark. Nicely bowled again from Clark. Good length there. Horn of the width that he likes. I can confirm that Andrew Hoare he was caught by wicketkeeper Officer Tunu'u off the bowling of Amitej Randhawa for 14. Canterbury are 50 for 1, chasing Auckland's 154. Sorry, 154 to win, so Auckland's 153. Craig Gibb, he's going well, he's on 27 not out. Delivery is called wide. So arguably 2 of District's 3 most potent batsmen at the wicket now, Simon Dodds and Bert Horner. Adil Samani will also be a key wicket, having scored a 50 yesterday. It's another wide. Chris Jeffries, also dangerous. Hit quite a few sixes at last year's IPT, did Jeffries. Scored 3 50s in the NRT, which is was the second division competition last year. And 1 or 2 new guys who I haven't actually seen play, so I'm not sure how good they are. In any case, they will need, whoever is batting, they will need to score quickly and maintain that over the entire innings. 324 runs is a big target. And it's not just about scoring runs quickly for a while, you've got to maintain it. There's a great shot from Horner. It could go all the way for 6. No, it just bounces once inside the vacant mid-wicket boundary and crosses the line. So again, that short ball proving expensive for Simon Clark and attractive to Bert Horner. It's his second boundary. One off a short ball on the offside, one off a short ball on the body, which has gone on the onside. So they've put a man back there now, pretty much exactly where Horner hit that. Good idea, I'd say. And there's one where he hit his first boundary as well. So both of those boundary options being plugged. He does cut, and it goes to that man who is out there now. I think that's Jason Campbell doing the fielding there. So just a single for Horner. 25 off 3 overs, so still ahead of the required run rate. That was a lot easier than doing it for 45 overs. Another wide for Pender, so again struggling with the radar there. Cut again by Horner, and this one should go out to the boundary. There's no one there. Chased by Hamish French, but he won't cut it off. So another good boundary for Horner, proving strong on the cut. There's three good cut shots he's played today. He's made a good start, Horner. 14 off 11 balls, 3 boundaries. That one's a full toss, which Horner's not able to capitalise on. Oh, more wides. Not great bowling from Pender, and again Mason Robinson not able to get around and get across and stop them. So looks like they just got the 1 plus the wide, so a total of 2. It's a low full toss, clipped out to the boundary rider. 1 for Dodds. Oh, more wides. Just the 1. They do have a man who looks like he's been positioned specifically for that delivery, so it's 1 plus a wide, 2 wides. So this experiment with Scott Pender is maybe not paying off. He hasn't been able to control the new ball, unfortunately. And he's been hit through the offside this time, through the gap. It won't go for 4, I don't think. Good sprawling save by Hamish French there. Keeps it to 3 runs, 3 runs to Simon Dodds. So another expensive over this one. 13 off it so far, still 2 balls to go. So he does escape that over with no further damage. 2 overs for 25 though, Scott Pender. We'll see if he gets another opportunity. A little hand gesture from Captain Richard Petrie suggests that that might be the end of his time at the bowling crease, at least for now. little bit unfair on Pender being asked to open the bowling. He's not a bowler, he's a batsman. He hasn't had an opportunity to bat. And then he gets an opportunity to bowl and doesn't do all that well. But at least he got involved somehow. Now he can run around in field, which he is especially good at. And Simon on Simon again here. Clark to Dodds. He's bowled well. 2 overs. He's gone for 13, but he's bowled pretty well. Just a couple of short balls there have been dispatched, particularly by Horner. Nice drive from Simon Dodds through cover, and I think that one will reach the boundary. There's a couple of guys chasing after it, but it does go into the extra cover boundary now. So nice, strong, powerful cover drive. That's his first boundary. He moves up to 10 to Simon Dodds. That's his first boundary. He moves up to 10 to Simon Dodds. And he'll back it up with a quickish single to mid-off. To end the 5th over, 43 without loss. They're still ahead of the run rate, going at 8.6, which is pretty good. And the required run rate is still just over 7. But really good start. $59 for 1 are Canterbury Otago, chasing Auckland's 153. So Jason Campbell will replace Scott Pender. We saw him do a bit of damage with the bat at the end of the Firehawks innings. Jason Campbell, and he's now having a go with the ball. Took 3 wickets yesterday against Auckland. Division 2, Auckland are 28 for 2, chasing Canterbury Otago's 250. Here's Campbell. Starts with a good ball, just outside the off stump. It's caught by his former Wakatu teammate from Nelson, Mason Robinson. That one's driven beautifully down the ground. I think that'll go for 4. There's no protection back there, and he timed it really well. So a good shot from Simon Dodds. It's a boundary to him. His second, he's on 15. Just 4 or 5 pace run up. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, and Nav Harath, who had been moved to his right, now has to move to his left to field that one, so really well struck from Simon Dodds, but just a single in the end. I thought he'd managed to get it past Harath, but Harath moved quite quickly. That one's short and wide, and Bert Horner on the cut. He does not mind a cut shot, Bert Horner. And that's gone to the boundary for 4. So Bert Horner looking very assertive today. He's on 18 with 4 boundaries already from the 15 balls that he's faced. And Jason Campbell has conceded 9 off his first 4 balls. That's a better ball. I think he's hit it, but no, he's been given out. Bert Horner looking back as if to suggest that he had hit the bat, and he's gesturing that way. But the umpire has given him out. It was a full ball, and if he hadn't hit it, well, it would have been LBW, and that's how the umpire saw it. So a bit of bad luck for Bert Horner. I could hear 2 sounds from here, to be honest. But it's a wicket for the Firehawks and another wicket for Jason Campbell. Scott Warren is the new batsman coming in at 3 for the Firehawks after Bert Horner was perhaps unluckily adjudged LBW. Of course, we don't have any sort of review technology to tell whether he did hit it, but it did sound a little bit woody. But I am quite far away, so who knows. Warren's off the mark. Simon Clark will continue. He's got 18, or he's conceded 18 from his 3 overs. We'll shout for LBW, and he's raised the finger on that one as well. That might have sounded a little bit woody as well. I really have no idea from up here. But the finger's gone up, and it's his 2nd consecutive LBW. And Scott Warren, well, he only faces 1 ball before he gets sent back to the pavilion. So things falling apart slightly for districts. And both of the bowlers claiming LBWs. It was an interesting signal from the umpire. He raised his finger about 1/3 of the way up, had a wee think about it, and then continued all the way up. So I'm not sure if he was unsure of the decision, or maybe that's the way he gives LBWs. We haven't seen that many in this tournament so far, especially not on this ground. Anyway, District's in a little bit of trouble now. 53 for 2 after 6 overs. Run rate still great, but just can't keep losing wickets. The Firehawks showed the value of keeping wickets in hand. So it will be up to Adil Samani, who's coming at 4 to try and rescue this innings. Good length again from Clark, rising a wee bit on Samani, but he is able to pick up a run, his first. Nicely hit, but beautifully parried down by Scott Pender. So well to get there. Couldn't stop a single, but he did stop 4. Very athletic fieldsman, as we've mentioned a few times. Clark again to Samani, who drives, but only as far as mid-off. And no run. Samani on the drive again, this time square, and again to Scott Pender, who's plugging that gap beautifully, and no run. So just 2 runs and a wicket off that over from Simon Clark. He's got 1 for 20 from 4. Oh, that's a great delivery from Jason Campbell, just swinging it past the outside edge of Simon Dodds' bat and beating him. Nicely bowled from Campbell. And again swinging it away and finding the outside half of the bat, I suppose, and it skews out to cover, no run. This one a little bit shorter and a bit wider, and Dodds is able to play a sort of a back foot drive cut shot, and he'll get 2. Cut again, and again it beats that pair of French and Pender, and again Dodds will pick up 2. So that single will bring Adil Samani on to face his first ball from this end. He'll be dealing with a third man on the boundary. Looks like that might be the only boundary fieldsman. Oh no, there's a deep square leg as well. End of that over from Campbell, 5 off it. 60 for 2 after 8. We can see that Canterbury, they're doing well in their pursuit of 154 to beat Auckland. They're 77 for 1. Craig Gibb going well, he's on 40. And Barry, he's playing sedately but steadily, 6 off 26. So they're halfway to their target, and they only need to score at 3 and over for the remaining 25 overs. So Canterbury Otago looking good for a win in that match. That will consign Auckland to 2 consecutive losses, which may well put them out of contention for a finals spot. Quick single here, but Samani runs well enough to get there. Cut by Samani, but again to Pender. No run. Cut. This time he's hit it to the right of Pender, but there's cover behind there. And just a single to Samani. Whoa, big shot from Dodds down the ground, and one bounce into the sight screen, so nicely hit. Straight as you like. The umpire signals 6, but it's actually 4, so he corrects that to 4. But very nicely struck by Simon Dodds there. And he's going at a runner ball, 27 off 27 for him. District still ahead of the run rate at this early stage, going at 7.6. Wide delivery. Quite a few wides in this innings, I have to say. What are we up to? 18, I think, at this point. We're only in the 9th over. There's 10 of them from 2 deliveries from Scott Pender. But that's another 8 from the other bowlers as well. It's a big chunk of District's total of 67. Dodds again looks to drive, but misses that one, and it goes through to Mason Robinson for no run. Caught and bowled chance. I'm not sure if it was a straight catch or a bunt ball, but he didn't actually get anywhere near it in the end, so it doesn't matter. And it's a dot ball to finish the over. 7 off it. Nicely driven by Samani. That's gone through the gap. Nav Haraf is giving chase heroically, but he won't pull it in, and it's another boundary, this time to Adil Samani, who's a strong driver of the ball, is Samani. Doesn't have a huge backlift, but hits it powerfully, and it's his first boundary. So Campbell's been a little bit expensive. He has taken that semi-controversial wicket of Bert Horner. That's nicely bowled though. Richard Petrie at first slip yelled out, "What the hell was that?" as the ball bamboozled the batsman, and Petrie himself by the looks of things. That one's tucked off his pads for a single down to deep square leg. So Samani's started pretty well. He is a good batsman, and he's looked pretty comfortable so far in the 10 balls that he's spent here. Simon Dodds also looked good, a bit more aggressive. And he's aggressive in this occasion. There was maybe a chance of a catch. It fell just short of Navharath. It was never really a 100% chance. He would have had to dive forward and risk his teeth to get that one. It'll be another single to Samani as it just plops out on the onside where there's no fielder. Good shot from Dodds. That's gone down the ground. That's obviously an area he likes. 2 bounces into the sight screen. So another boundary off the bowling of Jason Campbell to end that over. Boundaries bookending that over, plus a trio of 3s. Means that 11 came off it altogether. And he's got 1 for 26 from 3 overs. Districts continuing to go along ahead of the required run rate. They're at 7.8. And the run rate required from here is 7.03. So, doing well. Whether they can keep it going for the next 35 overs or not, that will be the test. Okay, Richard Petrie, the captain, is going to have a bowl. We didn't see him bowl yesterday, but I think he realises that if he can get one of these 2 out, it'll make things a lot easier for his team. He starts with a bit of a short wide delivery that's hit out to the cover sweeper. One's short of length and pulled by Dodds, but without any power, so it'll just be a single. Richard Petrie, of course, played for New Zealand as a bowler back in the very early 1990s. Went over to Australia for that tri-series they used to have, in a series that involved Australia and I believe England. Did fairly well, played a lot of first-class cricket for first Canterbury and then Wellington, initially as an out-and-out fast bowler, and then as things progressed more as a batting or a bowling all-rounder, and he's just been hit through cover off the back foot for 4 runs there. Great shot by Samani. Samani quite enjoying the pace and bounce that Petrie provides there, and cutting it nicely wide of the cover sweeper. Oh, beautiful shot from Samani, back foot punch, and he's timed it really nicely out to the extra cover boundary for the second boundary of the over, so that was really well played. Back foot punch is quite a hard shot to play, but he did it really well to the right of the cover fielder there. His third boundary and second in this over. 10 runs off it so far. So Petrie finishes his first over, conceding 10 runs. Just finishing off what I said there. He played 56 first-class matches for Canterbury and Wellington, 134 wickets at 30.43. Played 118 List A matches, taking 136 wickets at 27, and played 12 one-day internationals, taking 12 wickets at 37.4. Those were his bowling stats. Batting-wise, he averaged about 24 in first-class cricket, which is pretty good, with a century in 550s. But it's really in his over-50s days that he's emerged as more of a batsman who occasionally bowls. Nice shot from Dodds, just dabbing it down to third man, but there is cover there, so it'll just be one. Oh, bowled him. That's another big wicket taken by Jason Campbell. It looked like an inside edge there from Samani, looking for the big expansive drive, and he's edged it onto his stumps. So even though Jason Campbell's been a bit expensive, he's taken a couple of key wickets. First Horner and now Samani. And that's the third wicket down for the District Skies, so that's a very, very important breakthrough. $89 for 3 with the fall of that wicket. Samani out for 17, a runner ball 17. He was bowled by Jason Campbell, chopped on. Bert Horner was LBW to Campbell for 18. Scott Warren was LBW to Simon Clark for 1. Simon Clark has 1 for 27 off 5. Scott Pender bowled a couple of expensive overs. Jason Campbell has 2 for 27 from 3.2. And Richard Petrie's bowled 1 over for 10 runs. Chris Jeffries, the sizable figure of Chris Jeffries, takes guard at the hill's end and prepares to face his first delivery, which is a good one from Jason Campbell. Chris Jeffries, big hitter generally, big man, big hitter. Best known as a rugby referee, Chris Jeffries, first-class or former first-class rugby referee, based out of the Wairarapa. And he's straight into it, and yeah, he's caught by Pender at point. Jason Campbell's ecstatic. That's his second wicket in the over, and Chris Jeffries has gone for a drive. It probably wasn't quite there to drive, and it's skewed off the outside half of the bat to point, where Scott Pender has run in and taken a diving catch in front of him and slightly to his right. So things falling apart for Districts a little bit already. As I mentioned a few times, it's one thing to score at 8 and over for 10 overs, but it's another thing to keep it up, and that's what Districts are finding it hard to do here. Ben Warren coming in to join Simon Dodds, who's been watching all the wickets fall around him. He's been there from the start, has Dodds. He's on 34. One of those 4 was Ben Warren's brother, Scott. So this is the other Warren, Ben Warren. And he'll be facing Jason Campbell, who has 3 for 27. What can Ben Warren do with his team still needing 7 and over? He's off the mark straight away with a tickle around the corner, just for a single though. End of a double wicket over for Jason Campbell, 90 for 4. Give you a couple of Division 2 scores quickly. What have we got? Auckland 85 for 2, chasing 251. Andrew Brookland and Stu Jensen going along fairly well there. And Districts in chase of 221 against Wellington Tasman in Division 2. They are 58 for 1. Anthony Gavorko plodding along a little bit. He's on 13 from 49. Tony Eldershaw out for 35 from a runner ball. Still, they're going at nearly 4 and over, those guys. Richard Petrie will have another over. He's given that to himself. Big tall man, Richard Petrie, of course, 6'5" at least. So he does get bounce. And that one past Ben Warren at around belly, chest height maybe. That one carries through nicely again as well to Mason Robinson, who is standing up to the crease, as he does to most people. That one's fuller and driven. Bit of a change in the field. Looks like we're bringing a slip in. Scott McCarty, I think it is, coming into slip. Well, 2 slips actually there are. Jason Campbell already there. Oh, it's beaten Warren and Mason Robinson had the bails off in a flash, as he always does, but Warren hadn't lifted his foot, so good play from the Firehawks, good bowling, good keeping. Petrie again looking for a maiden over, which successfully. So that's the first maiden of this innings. He gets congratulations from his teammates, raises his hands aloft to celebrate that maiden over. In the other match, Canterbury coasting to victory over Auckland by the looks of things. 113 for 2, looking for 154. Craig Gibb, he's been dismissed for 49. John Gary, he's still in on 27, and Kelvin Scott has hit 5 off 2, including a boundary. Wickets to Spencer Day and Amitej Randhawa in that game. That's skewed away down to third man. There is a third man, so he'll come in and get that, but a bit of a wild hit from Warren, wasn't really in control of it. Sorry, Dodds it was. This is Warren facing now. It's a wide delivery, given so. Short and wide. The cut shot can't beat Scott Pender at point, so it'll be a dot ball. And that's a good ball to finish the over, so just a single and a wide off that over from Jason Campbell. Makes a total of 2. And suddenly Districts find themselves needing 7.5 and over. Their own run rate has dropped to 6.5. We'll have drinks after this over, I'm pretty sure. That'll be 15 overs gone, 1/3 of the way through this innings. Dodd's solid in defence there. But there will come a time where solidity has to give way to aggression if districts are going to have any chance of chasing this down. Bonus points are a factor that teams will need to consider in this competition. Teams get a bonus point for every 20 runs that they score. So even if districts don't win this, they'll still want to make sure that they're passing each of those 20-run milestones as they go. So we see Dodd's opting for aggression, hitting it over the 2 slips that are positioned there for a shot like that, and down to the boundary for 4. So teams get a bonus point for every 20 runs they score, not part thereof, it has to be a full 20 runs. They also get, a point for every wicket. That's right, they get a point for every wicket as well. So if you take 10 wickets, you get 10 points. If you score 200 runs, you get 10 points. 10 bonus points in addition to 20 points for winning the match. Petrie again, that's down the leg side. Mason Robinson can't gather it cleanly. So just to finish off on that, if a team won the match, scored 200 runs and took 10 wickets, they'd get 40 points for that match. As Petrie finishes over well. Sorry, there's still 1 ball to come with that wide. So in a case where teams are tied on wins, then bonus points will be an important deciding factor. And the fact that Wellington and Tasman have scored in excess of 300 in both of their matches will really help them out there. Although a win today should make that academic for them. Drinks. Right, the fielders are back in position after that drinks break. Umpires are too. Commentators, scorers, everyone ready to go. It's going to be Jason Campbell looking to add to his 3 wickets. Bowling to Ben Warren. Just bowls wicket to wicket. Usually Jason Campbell gets a lot of LBWs and bolds. No great pace, only comes off 5 or 6 paces. Bit of a shoulder bowler, as you can see. And that's 1 run to Ben Warren. Just outside that off stump again from Campbell. The weather continues to be sunny, a little bit overcast. Not hot, not cold. Jason Campbell's bowling's been a bit hot and cold. He's taken 3 wickets, but he's bowled a few wayward balls, including that one, which was a wide that added a run. So yeah, a few wides. Wide's probably the main complaint from the Wellington Tasman side today. It's been well over 20 of them. Whipped away down to deep square leg, that one by Simon Dodds. So he's looking good again today. Not scoring at quite the same rate that he did yesterday, but he's looked solid opening the batting. There's going to be more wides, I think. They've run 2 and they're coming back for 3. So it's going to be a total of 4 wides. Oh, in fact, it's been amended to 5 wides. Must have reached the boundary down there, despite the sprawling effort of the fieldsman. So, another 5 wides. It's the 3rd block of 5 wides that we've seen in this innings. 2 of them came in consecutive deliveries from Scott Pender earlier. And more runs here as Warren tucks it around the corner and he'll come back for 2. So that's a fairly expensive over. 2, 4, 5, 10, 12 offered, I think. And Jason Campbell's going at 7s. He's taken wickets, which is important. Canterbury, Otago, closing in on that 153 that they need to win. They're 133 at the 2nd drinks break, so they only need 21 runs off the last 15 overs. John Gary and Kelvin Scott batting comfortably at the moment. Here's Petrie to Dodds, and it's leg glanced down to Nav Harath, that short fine leg. Good fielding by Greg Stretch at mid-off, tumbling away to his right. Prevents any runs from that delivery. Ben Warren, 4 from 16. Might need to get a bit of a wriggle on from here on in. Edged and over. Scott McCarty at second slip, won't be cut off by the man racing around. It's Colin Owens at third man. So, streaky boundary, but you've got to take the streaky ones with the solid ones at this point. Especially with that run rate required, now 7.37. Having said that, they're going at 6.91, so they haven't been slouching around. Short, pulled, but there's plenty of open real estate there on the onside, and there'll be lots of time for them to come back for two as Martin Pennefather comes around and does the fielding. 2 more for Warren. He's into double figures now. And without too much trouble, they've got the 7 or so runs that they would have liked from this Petrie over, with still a couple of balls to come. So run scoring not too difficult on this wicket. And there'll be another single here. Big hit from Simon Dodds. Well hit. 1 bounce over the wide long on boundary there to end the over very well. 12 runs off that over from Richard Petrie. Just what Districts would have liked. He's on 46 now, Simon Dodds, from 45 deliveries, closing in on his what would be his second consecutive 50. And that current run rate gets closer and closer to the required one. They're not too far off each other at the moment, around 7.2 each. There's another strong cut shot that's well fielded by the man at cover, but deflected away, and they do take a single. That was hit hard by Warren. Full, and that's hit straight. There's no one at long on, so that will go into the boundary for 4 more. Good straight shot from Simon Dodds, and that brings up his 50. So it is 2 consecutive 50s for Simon Dodds in this competition, following his 73 yesterday with 50 not out from 46 deliveries. 7 boundaries in that. Excellent effort from the man who's new to over 50s cricket this year, Simon Dodds. Hails from Cambridge, I believe, in the Waikato, which is the sort of close to the centre of the North Island of New Zealand. Goes again, similar shot, but this one's gone a lot squarer, and into the mid-wicket boundary now. So another 4 for Simon Dodds. And Jason Campbell continues to be expensive. 9 runs off the first 3 balls of his over. What can he pull out this time? Short, and that's cut, but straight to Pender again, who's pretty handy there at point. Saves a lot of runs for his team. In fact, even if he doesn't bat, despite being a specialist batsman, he's almost worth his place in the team as a fielder. He's that good. Shout for LB, but I think that one was heading down the leg side. Umpire agrees. In fact, the current run rate has again exceeded the run rate required, so that's good news for districts. Good partnership, this one. Let's see if they can keep going as Dodds helps himself to another single round the corner on the leg side. So he still hasn't been dismissed in this tournament. Simon Dodds, 73 plus 55, what's that, 128 or something, unbeaten runs. Really good effort from him. If the Firehawks are able to withstand this district's charge today and win the game, and Canterbury beat Auckland, as it looks very likely that they're about to do, then those 2 teams will be unbeaten and will face off on Sunday. But there's still a bit of cricket left to be played in this game. As Petrie comes into Dodds, what can he do? Guides it down to third man, just for a single. $42 runs is the value of this partnership so far between Ben Warren and Simon Dodds. They came together when the score was 89. 43 in fact, the partnership. $52 were added for the first wicket between Dodds and Horner. Dodds' batted with all 5 of the other district's batsmen. It's full, good length outside the off stump from Petrie, left alone by Warren. You might have heard the call of good hustle from Scott McCarty, whose voice seems to carry all across Horton Park much louder than anyone else's. He was sending his approval to another piece of good fielding from Scott Pender, picking up the ball, one-handed, swooping in from point. It's full and driven through extra cover by Simon Dodds. That's a beautiful shot. It's going to be 4. Just rolling up into the thick grass on the bank at the far end of the field there. Very powerfully hit from Simon Dodds. Very good shot. He continues to keep districts in this game. 60 off 52 he is. Really good batting from him. Full attempted Yorker from Petrie, which Dodds digs out. So Dodds will have put himself into contention for selection at the South Island in Wellington in early March. So those teams will be named at the conclusion of this tournament. It's short and it's beaten the keeper, and looks like it's going to head down boundary for what I think will be another set of 5 wides. It will, in fact. So these 5 wides really hurting Wellington Tasman Firehawks. That's the 4th lot of them that we've had. That's 20 runs in total. That's nearly 15% of district's complete score. Okay, in fact, the umpire reversed his decision there. It wasn't wides, it was off the glove. So given his 4 runs to Simon Dodds. Just going back to that North Island, South Island series, there'll be 2 matches played in Wellington. The selection is based on where you were either born or you played your first match in New Zealand, if you were born outside of New Zealand. That's a good shot from Ben Warren, crunching it through extra cover. I don't think Nav Harath's going to stop it. He's not. And that's another boundary off the bowling of Jason Campbell and off the bat of Ben Warren. So well played to him. 17 he is off 23. And Jason Campbell, good at taking wickets. He's got 3 of them, but he's been expensive, going at 7.8 and over. Maybe just needs to focus on hitting the stumps. That's what he's good at, just bowling full and straight. More runs. That's tucked away to mid-wicket. Just be a single though. So the North-South series is played for the Pete Escott Trophy. Pete Escott, a former New Zealand over-50s player. Still alive, not a memorial trophy, just named after him. I think he may have donated it or something. Or come up with the idea of the series, perhaps. Anyway, so it was won in the first year by the South Island. And then, actually, I think it was controversially, come back to that in a moment, to appeal for a stumping. Mason Robinson whipping the bails off quickly, but I don't think the batsman lifted his feet. Yeah, the North Island South Island series was shared last year, one game apiece, and no one was quite sure of the rules in terms of what happens with the trophy. Mason Robinson insisted that as holders, South Island should retain it, but I believe that the North Islanders actually absconded with the trophy while nobody was watching, so it's technically in their possession. So hopefully there'll be a clear winner this year. That's full, more wides, could be another block of 5 actually, as it rolls into the boundary now, so it is another block of 5 wides. So even though those ones in the last stuff from Petrie were reverse runs, this one, no question about it. Just a little bit of lack of discipline in the bowling. You can't really afford to give away 4 or 5 blocks of 5 wides like that. Maybe they can, we'll see. It's a better delivery, but it's guided away nicely down to third man, and that's going to go for 4 as well. So very nicely played by Simon Dodds, just using the pace that there was on the ball and sliding it down to third man where there was no one protecting the boundary. So 14 off this over so far, 3 for 66 Jason Campbell has. Finishes with a dot, shows his frustration by shaping to throw the ball, but maybe afraid he might have thrown it down the leg side for for another boundary. He thought better of it and held on to it. Anyway, that brings his 8th over to a close. He is 3 for 66. And in terms of run rate, District's looking pretty good. They're going at 7.75 and over. And the run rate required 6.75 and over, so it's really just down to wickets. If these guys, Warren and Dodds, can stay in for another 10 overs, it'll be another 70 runs that, they'll be in with a chance. It is a huge total. They're not even halfway there yet. Important to bear that in mind. But for the moment, these two batting really well. Let's see what ex-black cap Richard Petrie can do. Bowls a ball with good pace outside the off stump, which thuds into the gloves of Mason Robinson. So even he's gone at 7.16 and over, has Petrie. No run this time. Looks like that Auckland versus Canterbury Otago match is all over. I'll confirm that in a moment. Good delivery from Petrie, good length. Not much that Ben Warren can do with that one. Just play a kind of a forward defensive shot, or a mixture of forward and backward. The problem with chasing such a huge target is that a couple of... Whoops! Sorry for that. Nav was sent back to the boundary and he started to backtrack on his way back there and took a bit of an embarrassing tumble. I'll have to remind him about that tonight. He's staying in the next room to me. Yeah, so when you're chasing such a big target, just a couple of quiet overs can really see that run rate required shoot up again. It's almost up to 7 now, so we'll keep a close eye on it. Chance of a run out. Pender does some more extraordinary fielding, dives and tosses the ball sort of over his head in the same movement, but even that wasn't enough to find Dodds short of his ground. So they just get the one there. So, just to confirm, Canterbury Otago have beaten Auckland by 8 wickets, reaching 156 for 2 with 12 and a half overs to go. So, good win. And another really disappointing effort by Auckland. John Gary finished 55 not out. He scores a lot of runs at this level. I think he's the third leading run scorer. He's the third person to exceed 1,000 runs at over-50s level in New Zealand. He got 55 not out. Kelvin Scott, another prolific run scorer, he finished 18 not out. So one would say that makes it extremely difficult for Auckland to qualify for the final. I'd have to check with people who are better at maths than me to see whether it is mathematically possible for them to qualify. In the meantime, Jason Campbell won't get the chance to bowl his full allotment of 9. It's going to be a change of bowling, and we're going to see Colin Owens having a trundle. Interesting that none of the spinners have had a go yet. We've got Nav Harath, we've got Martin Pennefather in the lineup, we've got Greg Stretch, but we've gone with Colin Owens, who has another one of those slightly wrong-footed actions. We saw Grant Hall earlier in the day with one. Colin Owens just off 8 or 9 paces. Well, it was a decent pace for this level. That one swung away and it beats the dive of Scott McCarty, I think it is, and races away for 4. Valuable runs for Ben Warren. Not a great delivery. Short ball on leg stump, and Ben Warren just threw the bat at it. Got enough to beat the fieldsman at short fine leg there. Yeah, so interesting decision to give Colin Owens a go. It's not like he hasn't had a chance to do stuff. He's had plenty of batting, and we do have some bowlers who haven't had a bowl, but I'm sure Richard Petrie knows what he's doing. Maybe feeling that there is still a bit of life left in this ball in terms of swing. Colin Owens looks like he does get a bit of swing as he swings that one down the leg side, I think, for a wide. Plays a lot of indoor cricket, does Colin Owens, so bowling's an important requirement of that game. So certainly a capable bowler. That one's full and driven, again pierces that French Pender gap, but not to the extent of any more than 1 run. More runs on the leg side. Might just be one. There was thought of two, but some good fielding by fielder in the deep there. Keeps it just to another single to Simon Dodds. He's on to 69. So he'll be challenging Colin Owens as the leading run scorer of the tournament if he goes on for a little bit longer. Seven off that Owens over. Simon Owens scored 64 today to go with his 111 yesterday. That's a total of 175. Simon Dodds scored 73 and he's on 69 now, so that's 142 or something, I think. So another 30 runs and he'll take that spot atop the run scorers leaderboard. In terms of bowlers, Andrew Nuttall will be top of the Division 1 wicket takers list. He took 3 yesterday and 5 today, so that's 8. Jason Campbell will have 6. He's taken 3 apiece in each of the games. I'll have to check the stats for the others. Okay, we are going to have Nav Harath having a bowl. Bowls off spin generally. Has a couple of mystery balls that he was talking me through last time I saw him down in Blenheim. It was back in October. He's been working on some mystery deliveries, trying to keep the batsman guessing, even at the age of 50 or 50 plus. Never stops trying the variations. Does vary his pace. Can bowl flat ones like that one, or he can toss it up nice and slowly, and generally bowls off spin, but I think he's looking at some sort of doosra that goes the other way. Let's see. That one's given a wide. Didn't look terribly wide from here, but the umpire disagreed with me. He's got a much better angle. Quite low to the ground, Nav Harath, and he bowls even lower to the ground just about. So interesting angle for the batsman to deal with. Born in Sri Lanka, Nav Harath, I believe in Colombo, or the Colombo area, maybe Negombo, one of those places near to Colombo. I'll have to double check with that. But very keen cricketer, has turned his hand at making cricket bats, which is another interesting pursuit. That one's short, but not too short, and Ben Warren's unable to hit it away for runs, hits it straight to Richard Petrie, who's in the covers now. And that's an action replay. Harath to Warren to Petrie. So excellent start for Harath, not giving anything for the batsman to hit, and having done that, the mid-wicket fielder is being asked to move back a little bit just to protect this over. That one is short and it's hit over Petrie this time, into the boundary for 4. So Ben Warren thinking, well, I'm not beating Petrie when I hit it on the ground, I'll hit it over him. And it was a little bit shorter, so he had a little bit more angle to work with, and he played a beautiful shot over cover for 4 runs. So Districts needed that just to avoid having any quiet overs. They got 6 off that one. Their current run rate is 7.4, meaning that they need 7 for these last 22 overs. So we're just a smidgen over halfway through. They've scored more than half the runs they need, and Wellington have taken fewer than half of the wickets that they would need to dismiss Districts. So 4 wickets lost. Excellent partnership this, 80, between Simon Dodds and Ben Warren. So just Firehawks not able to stem the flow of runs at all. They just haven't been able to put any quiet overs together. And here's another wide from Colin Owens. So all they really need is just 2 or 3 overs of 2 or 3 runs each, and that'll make things really difficult for Districts. But just every over's going for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then the odd big over as well. And it's been fantastic batting from Dodds, to be fair. He's scored runs all over the field and never really been tied down at all, as we see him pick up another single. Ben Warren, he's done a good job as well. He's been a little quieter, but doing his job, 28 off 39. Districts really needed a partnership. They couldn't afford to lose another wicket when he came in. And that's hit firmly enough to beat Colin Owens on his follow through for 1 more run. So from 89 for 4, not looking in great shape, they're now 172 for 4, which has a much more solid sound to it. And puts them in quite a good position to chase down this target without really having to do anything other than what they're doing. They just haven't let the run rate get away from them, which is really impressive. So we could be in for a pretty exciting finish, folks. I say finish, we've still got 20 overs to go, but we'll see. That's firmly hit again, but won't be a run. This is a good over though from Colin Owens, just 3 runs off it, so if he can escape this over without too much damage, that will be one of the quiet overs that the Firehawks really need. No, he won't though. He's smashed that one away, has Ben Warren. Excellent 4. Fantastic shot over wide long on. I think he realised that he couldn't afford a quiet over, so he had a dip at that last ball from Owens and got hold of it, putting it over the boundary with a couple of bounces for a boundary. So once again, 7 off that over. Excellent batting. So plenty of shouting and pointing from the from the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Not sure if they're getting a little bit worried now or if it's purely routine field setting, but yeah, just a little bit more anxious sounding chatter from the captain and the fielders, realising that they're in a real battle here. The districts aren't going to roll over. Taking a little bit of time over the field setting here is Nav Harath and Richard Petrie. What have we got? We've got a cow corner, long on, long off, cover sweeper. That's all they're allowed actually for this second block of 15 overs. They'll be allowed to put another person out after the 30 over drinks break. Anyway, Nav Harath to continue to Simon Dodds. Dodds strongly down the ground again, just for one. Oh, they're coming back for two here. Will he make it? Good running from Ben Warren. That was excellent. Really just looked like a routine single down the ground, but Warren took off straight away and turned that one into a two, and to the frustration of the district's captain and fielders. That's a beautiful shot over cover by Simon Dodds, really beautifully struck. He's done that a couple of times so far today and just hit it so well that the fielder who was at cover really had no chance. It only went about 5 metres to his left. It was Jason Campbell there, so excellent batting from Simon Dodds again. He's been extremely impressive. He's exceeded his score from yesterday. He scored 73 yesterday, he's on 77 now. 12 boundaries in that. And has another go at that one, but he's edged it down to fine leg. It might be two more. He wanted it. Oh, Warren probably could have made it back, but he wasn't at all interested. Probably was two there. Anyway, together. Not doing anything other than they're doing. Just pushing again for two here. Yes, and excellent running from Warren. Look at him go. Wow, scampering back for two there. And even though the long-on fielder was more alert to the two, he couldn't do anything to stop it. So that's fantastic running from Ben Warren. The call is no twos, but I don't know what he can do to stop them. Pushed again into the onside. This will just be one, I think, to Dodds. Wow, and the current run rate is 7.5 now, and the required run rate is 6.85. So they are well ahead of the required run rate. And as I keep saying, they don't need to do anything different. They're not slogging. They're not taking big risks. They're just getting a run just about every ball, picking up the occasional two with some good running, and when the opportunity presents, they're hitting the ball away for a boundary. And the odd wide delivery adding to things there too. So fantastic partnership, this one. 99 it is now, the partnership. And that's pulled away firmly. It's beaten the man there. Really had no chance at any point. Did the fieldsman there. He made a really good effort. He doesn't even know where it's gone. It's gone onto the road somewhere. But that was an awesome, powerful shot from Simon Dodds. His 13th boundary as he moves on to 85. He's motoring along here. Dodds, 85 off 71. I don't want to put the curse on him, but I'd say he's looking fairly good for 100. Full toss, hit down the ground. This might go for 4 as well. It does. Straight as a die down in under the sight screen here at Horton Park, number 1, and that's another boundary to Simon Dodds. 14 of those he's hit now, and that's 8 runs off the first 3 balls of this Colin Owens over. So no one able to stop the flow of runs from the bat of Simon Dodds. And suddenly the Firehawks, from the point of complete confidence that they had at lunch, they're quite worried at the moment. I would suggest really need a wicket here. Mason Robinson calls out 2 bits of good cricket here, fellas. Well, that's not a bit of good cricket, it's a bit of bad cricket. It's a wide. Another wide. How many wides have we had so far today? Looks like 36 of them. That's really not good from the Firehawks. Admittedly, about 20 of those have come in 5 wides, as opposed to 36, but it's still bad. And that's pulled away firmly by Warren. What a wonderful shot that is. Rock back for 4. So he's really contributing as well as Ben Warren, moving on to 38 from 43. Really doing his part in this partnership. And 14 runs off this over. So I wonder if there was actually a bit of complacency early on from the Firehawks, opening the bowling with Scott Pender, who's not a bowler. Perhaps simply to give him a way to contribute to the match, but, you know, kind of set the tone there. He bowled a few blocks of 5 wides and went for 25 off his 2 overs, and Districts haven't really looked back apart from a bit of a stutter. Seem to be bowling some part-time bowlers, but pretty sure Richard Petrie will realise that he needs to go hard out from here. Interestingly, we haven't seen much of Scott McCarty. Hasn't bowled at all today. Bowled quite well yesterday, so he may get a run. And Martin Pennefather, I think he's not playing today. He's on the field, but I don't think he's in the designated 12. Anyway, here's Harath. Bowling to Dodds. There'll be a single out to cover. Oh. Dodds into the 90s now. 91 here's. There's a lot of nervous chat in the field from the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Every dot ball is being greeted with a lot of encouragement. It's full, driven, beats the bowler, so there will be a single down the ground. Have to give a lot of credit to Ben Warren in this partnership. Came in when things were looking quite dicey for his team at 89 for 4. He took his time, got his iron, and now he's at the point where he's scoring pretty much every delivery, running hard, and providing a great foil to Simon Dodds, who's hit a fantastic shot over cover for 6, over extra cover for 6. That's a beautiful shot, perhaps shot of the day, just power and timing, and really good technique. Fantastic shot from Simon Dodds. He's 97 now. 98, in fact, he is. 98 to Simon Dodds. So can he bring it up with this ball? No, he just takes the single. So he'll go to 99. He's done what he needed to do in this over. That's single to cover from the bat of Warren to end that over. Another good one. 9 or 10 off it. $212 for 4 it is after 27 overs. The run rate required is down to only 6.2. That's extraordinary. It'll be... it's just over a run a ball, considering that they needed 7.2 from the outset. At one point, the asking rate got up to 8, but this partnership has just been outstanding, and they've dragged it down to the point where it's only just over a run a ball, and if they can just avoid losing a clump of wickets here, you'd think this is probably District's game. They still need 112 runs, but she's just done this so easily. What an outstanding chase it's been. And we are going to see Scott McCarty having a bowl, finally. See what he can do. He bowled pretty well yesterday. Opened the bowling, actually. Just bowls sort of medium pace, a bit of outswing, I believe. Slow medium pace. Handy bowler. But, I mean, the field's spread, there's singles everywhere, and fast outfield, lots of gaps. It's going to be hard to contain these guys. They're both set. And that one's tickled around the corner for at least one. There's a lot of nervous chatter in the field now, yelling at each other to get the ball in. Exciting stuff here. I think this is going to be a really good finish. District's boys are starting to pace around underneath the pavilion here. Ooh, that one swings away outside the bat of Ben Warren, but it's given a wide. So it's another run to the total. Oh, sorry, to Simon Dodds. He's on 99, so one run away from a fantastic century if he gets it. He does. He clips it into the onside. It's going to be at least one. They might come back for two. I'm pretty sure they will. And that will be a fantastic century to Simon Dodds. Really, really well batted. What an exceptional innings. We've seen some really good ones in this tournament so far from Colin Owens and Mason Robinson and Richard Petrie, but given the state of this game and what he needed to do, this is a really outstanding innings from Simon Dodds. He's scored at a run a ball pretty much from the outset, picked it up when he needed to, and he's now on 101 from 79 deliveries, 14 boundaries and a 6. Super innings. Still some work to do though. It's not like the two previous centuries that we've seen where, one batsman was able to retire hurt shortly after reaching the milestone and the other, it was near the end of a setting target. This one still has a lot of work to do as we see another wide down the leg side. Plus a run, so it's 2 runs to the total. Let's not forget Ben Warren, 41 off 48, making a great contribution to this partnership of 130. And there he is, playing a beautiful drive down the ground for another single. Appeal for a leg side stumping, not given. Didn't look like he'd raised his foot. Mason Robinson loves a leg side stumping more than anyone I've seen, and he doesn't mind asking for them either, but not successful on this occasion. And of course, given a wide. Smashed through the covers. I don't think there's anyone going to pull. Oh, it might hold up. Let's see. Scott Pender's chasing after it. Yes, he will get it back. And in fact, they'll only get 2 because he's such a fast runner, Scott Pender. Did really, really well. Still, 2 runs. They all count, and this is, again, a pretty good over for the Districts guys. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 off it. 10 off it, sorry. Oh, a chance of a cordon bowl, just scooping it up, but there wasn't anybody there to catch it. And it'll just be a single. To end the over, 223 for 4, 101 runs required. 17 overs to get them. That is under 6 and over. 5.94 runs and over required for the last 17. So as I keep on saying, the Districts, this partnership, they just need to stay together. Just do what they're doing. There's hardly been any risks taken. No wild slogging, just really sensible attacking batsmanship. It's been really great to watch. And I think that Simon Dodds is now the leading run scorer in Division 1 with his 104 to go on top of his 73 yesterday. That takes him to 177. Taking him ahead of Colin Owens, who scored 64 plus 111 for 175. So Dodds just sneaking ahead of Owens. And we're going to see Greg stretch into the attack here, replacing Nav Harath, whose 3 overs went for 28. Let's see what Greg Stretch, the king of Horton Park, can do. This is his ground, figuratively and almost literally. He's run Marlborough cricket and been an important part of it for many years. If anyone knows how to bowl here, it'll be Greg, or Stretcher, as he's known. Starts with a dot, and another one. So good start from him. He just bowls quiet little offies, not a huge turner of the ball, but pretty accurate. Little bustling run up. That's another dot, so good start by the Stretcher. Big swing from Dodds, realising that he doesn't want to have too many quiet balls here, but can't make any contact, and that's 4 dot balls in a row. I think they just need to be patient here, the Districts guys. Don't worry if there's one quiet over. You can make up for that. Oh no, he disagrees. He's hit that in the air, but for Scott Pender, who's now moved in on. Best fielder in the Firehawk side, so they've put him at long on because they think there'll be a lot of action there in these last 16 overs. Another dot ball. So that's an excellent over from Greg Stretch, just one off it, and suddenly the run rate just scoops up a little bit, 6.25, but still in hand, still very much in hand. Just about the wickets. Bert Horner was the first to go for districts. He was out for 18, LBW to Jason Campbell with a score at 52. Scott Warren went with the addition of just one extra run. He was out for 1. Adil Samani, he batted well, scoring a run of ball 17 before he was bowled by Jason Campbell, and Jason Campbell picked up his 3rd wicket shortly after. Same over actually, getting Chris Jeffries caught by Scott Pender. Excellent catch by Pender. He was out for a duck. Score at that point was 89 for 4, and well, to be honest, it looked like the Firehawks were going to knock over the districts team for not too much trouble. But since then, Ben Warren has come in and batted very, very well, 42 off 52, and Simon Dodds has been outstanding, 105 not out from 87 deliveries. Still work to do. If one or other of these was to get out now, particularly Dodds, it might put a bit of pressure on the district's lower order, which hasn't really got much of a track record. He's hit that one through the covers. It's not going to go to the boundary. Scott Pender again is herring after it, does a sliding save, and it will be 2. McCarty chastises himself, as he often does, loudly, for allowing that ball to be short and wide. Again, that's full and straight, but it's down the leg side. It could be a chance of a run out. Has he got back? He has just got back. Excellent fielding from Harath. The umpire had us guessing there because he raised his finger, but it was simply to adjust his cap or something. So Dodd survives. That would have been a bad way for him to go, so it's just as well probably for the sake of the game, I think. Here's McCarty again. Full toss. That's gone down the leg side. That's another terrible delivery. We've seen a lot of these today. It's not going to go for 5 wides, but it'll be 2, and so 2 plus the wide, a total of 3 wide. And McCarty again chastises himself. He does this very loudly. He's got a booming voice anyway, so when he tells himself off, everyone on the ground can hear it. It's a better delivery, but it's edged away and it's beaten Greg Stretch at 3rd man. It's not going to reach the boundary. He'll dive rather unnecessarily, I think. But 3 runs. 3 runs they get there. So runs just flowing and flowing and flowing. Apart from that one over from Greg Stretch, there's been no point where the Firehawks have been able to string a bunch of dots together. We'll have drinks at the end of this over, have a chance to catch our breath and reassess. Leg side again, it's going to be a wide. It's going to be another wide, this time on the offside. There's been a lot for the wicketkeeper to do, heading this way and that, trying to gather in the wayward deliveries from the bowlers. But it's well over 40 wides now that the Firehawks have conceded, and that's just not really good enough for bowlers of this level of experience. And they'll just take an easy single there to Richard Petrie. So 11 runs again off this over. No boundaries, but just the wides really hurting Firehawks here. And just taking so much pressure off the district's batsmen when they know that there's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 wides every over. It just makes it so easy for them to bat. That's straight. LBW appeal. Not given. May have pitched outside leg or be hitting down leg. It looked a little bit like that from this angle. It's over and drinks. 235 for 4. Districts will need 89 off 90 balls when we come back.
Chasing 324. So, it's going to be there.
Alright, so we're just about to get underway again for this final stanza of this exciting Division 1 clash. Wellington Tasman Firehawks against Districts. As I've said, Districts have recovered amazingly well from 89 for 4 to now 235 for 4. That's nearly a 150 run partnership that Ben Warren and Simon Dodds have put on. The King of Horton Park, Greg Stretch, will continue as his son Matthew watches on intently next to me here. Proud son. Bowled a first good over, did Greg Stretch, just one off it. And that'll be one as well as it's head out to the cover sweeper by Ben Warren, who's done really well, 44 off 53, provided an excellent foil for Simon Dodds, who's been much more aggressive. No run that time. I wonder who that drinks break is going to favour more. Districts were on a real roll there, and perhaps the drinks break might just halt their momentum a little bit and give the Firehawks a bit of time to regroup. Especially with Greg Stretch continuing here, keeping things tight, just one off 4 balls. Richard Petrie just halting proceedings so he can protect the over. He's putting another man back on the leg side. Cow corner, that's Nav Harath, perhaps suspecting that Simon Dodds would hoist the ball out there to try and turn this quiet over into a good one from their point of view. Every dot ball greeted with encouragement now from the Firehawks fielders. Oh, and that's the wicket that the Firehawks wanted, stumping. And it's the big wicket. Simon Dodds came charging down the wicket. He did want to turn that into a good over for his team, and he missed it completely. Mason Robinson did the rest. Greg Stretch makes the breakthrough. So it looks like that drinks break didn't help the District's team very much. And after an amazing innings of 110, Simon Dodds is on his way back. I'm sure he'll get a good round of applause as he walks back. There it is. And that wicket was the last ball of the over. So just one run off that over from Greg Stretch. He's bowled 2 overs for 2 runs and taken a wicket. So inspired bowling change from Richard Petrie at just the right time. And that run rate has just crept up a little bit now. Run rate required 6.29. 88 off 84 balls. We'll keep a close eye on that. It was 89 off 90 balls at the start of that over. Scott McCarty's going to have a 3rd over. He's gone at 11s so far, but his captain has faith in him. Run him up is the call from Ben Warren, but it will just be the one as it's fielded at long off by Simon Clark. So a few changes in the field now. The cover sweeper is coming inside the ring for Richie Stevens. Points coming across to what's looking like a square leg or a backward square leg. Boundary riders at deep mid wicket, long on, deep square leg. Shame for Districts that they lost Simon Dodds. He'd hardly taken any risks in that century, and then that was almost the first sort of wild shot that he played. I think he just felt a little bit tied down by that good over from Dretch. As we see Richie Stevens get off the mark. And again, I think that drinks break just broke the concentration of the two Districts batsmen. They'd been just sort of carrying on quite rhythmically for 15 or 16 overs, getting 7s and 8s really easily, and the drinks break just seemed to change things a little bit. This break, there's been 9 balls delivered and only 3 runs scored, and a wicket fallen. Big shot from Ben Warren. Where's that gone? It's going out to the boundary. Will it be taken? It's gone over the fielder. Over the fielder. It went straight to him, but about 3 or 4 metres over his head, I think. And 6 runs. That, I think, has brought up Ben Warren's 50. Indeed it has. 51 off 56 deliveries for him. Excellent innings. Well played, Ben Warren. Yeah, that was a good, solid, brave hit from Warren. Knowing that the man was out there, still took him on and hit with the wind, which a lot of batsmen have done today, and had enough. We haven't actually seen many, if any, catches on the boundary, but we've seen quite a few balls go sailing over the top. So 80 needed off 78, still keeping the run rate around that 6 and over mark. Cut by Stevens. Oh, come back for 2. Well played. Hit it square enough that it beat the fielder inside the ring and gave a little bit of work to do for the cover sweeper. So 2 runs for Richie Stevens. Single there for Stevens. Another single to Warren. Oh, nice little back cut from Richie Stevens. That's heading out towards the boundary. I think it's going to make it. He's just tapped it on the head, but he's done it with enough timing that it does cross the boundary line and gets that extra valuable last ball boundary that districts would really be very grateful for. So well played, Richie Stevens, to end the over that had only conceded, suddenly concedes 8, and that keeps them up with that run rate required. 72 off 72 needed. The longer they can keep this up, the easier it'll be for them. In the Division 2 match between Auckland and Canterbury Otago, Auckland still in with a chance of winning that game. They need 44 off 6 overs with 3 wickets in hand. We'll focus on this game because it's so exciting and close, but I'll try and give you an update from the second division if I can. One turning for 2, but no, just the one. So 1 run to Warren. A lot of tension on the field. Firehawks were a little bit complacent, I'm going to say, for the first 15 overs of this match. But in the last 10-15 overs, they've realised that they've gone from favourites to perhaps underdogs. But they also know that a wicket or 2 here, and it could be a completely different ball game. So a lot of tension out there. Must-win game for districts. If they've... Oh, another leg side stumping. He's got him. What outstanding work from Mason Robinson. He loves a leg side stumping, and he's got one this time. Fired down the leg side, not intentionally, I imagine, by Scott McCarty. And Mason Robinson does outstandingly well. He's very, very good at those. Sorry, just a little delay as we're trying to work out whether that was given as a wide or not. Okay, so it wasn't given a wide because it hit the batsman's pad, apparently. Okay, so not given a wide, but it was given out. Richie Stevens was stumped by Robinson off the bowling of McCarty, which brings Steve Kane to the wicket, usually a top-order batsman. Coming in at number 8 today. No sign of Grant Hall either, also a specialist batsman. Oh, and Steve Kane's beaten outside the off stump, so maybe the pendulum just swinging back towards the Firehawks now with that wicket. Still, the run rate's very manageable. I think a lot resting on the shoulders of Ben Warren here. Very good over this from McCarty. But they will get 2 off the last ball, will Steve Kane. But still, good over. With that wicket, McCarty has 1 for 33 from his 4 overs. Greg Stretch, 1 for 10 from 3. And 69 needed off 66 deliveries. Just quickly letting you know about the corresponding fixture in Division 2 between Wellington, Tasman and Districts. Wellington, Tasman scored 220. Districts are 178 for 7. So they still need 42 off 4 overs. So not impossible. David Scott, he's on 30 not out. Tim Heineman taking another 3-wicket bag, so that's his second 3 for. So it'll be Stretch to Warren. What can Ben Warren do here? It's going to be another wide. Not a stumping this time, just a wide. "46 wides in this innings. Steve Kane just bunting it into the offside for another single, getting Warren on strike. Sensible batting. 3 runs off 2 legitimate deliveries in this over. That's all they need to do. Hit the ones, wait for the odd wide, get the odd 2 and boundary when it comes. It's short and swung away by Ben Warren. That could be the boundary that they want. It will be. It's going to race over the fine leg boundary here in front of me. Valuable runs, down to 62 needed, and I'm going to bravely say that the pendulum is maybe just swinging back towards Districts. Very mature innings this from Ben Warren. He hasn't panicked at any stage. Took his time getting his eye in when his team needed over 7 and over, and even now happy to just leave the good balls and pick up singles when he needs to. 8 off this over, with a ball to go. Playing a miss from Kane, but that's alright, still a good over. 8 off it. And the run rate required 6.1, 60 off 60 balls with 4 wickets in hand. So once again, a wicket is really going to change things here for both sides. I'm sure everybody knows that. Everyone here has played a lot of cricket, seen a lot of games in situations like this. Ben Warren, as I said, has looked very composed. He scored a strike rate of 92, but just hasn't panicked, just waited for the balls that he can score runs off, like this one, which he's turned around the corner and then he's run hard, so he's going to get 2. And in fact, there's a misfield, but the batsmen are happy with 2. McCarty again to Warren. It's a good ball, and just 4 defensives it. He's happy. Knows that there's no need to panic. Balls in a row, 2 off 4 balls in this over. It's another wide. So the Firehawks just not helping themselves today. Nearly 50 wides bowled by them. Ten of those wides being bowled by Scott McCarty. But when he gets it straight enough, he's able to bowl dot balls in there as well. So that's the end of the McCarty over. Good one, that one. Just 3 runs off it. Districts need 58 off 54 balls, 4 wickets in hand. The run rate they've scored at in this innings is 7.39. So they don't need that anymore, they just need to go at 6.44 for the last 9 overs. 58 off 9 overs they need. Greg Stretch has bowled really well. Ooh, he's created an inside edge there, which Steve Kane has hit down to fine leg. He's going to come back for 2. Can't get a run that time. So even though the run rate's manageable, they don't want to let it get up over 7, I wouldn't think. Just try and keep it around 6 if they can. I'd say they definitely don't want the game to go down to the final over, especially if they're going to need 6 or 7 off that over. It's going to be another wide, I think, plus a run. Or leg by, in fact. Ooh, big call. So instead of conceding 2 runs plus another ball, it's just the 1. But it does bring Ben Warren back on strike. He's on 61 from 69 deliveries. Batted really well today, Ben Warren. Short, and where's he put that? Out into the leg side. But there is protection, so it'll be another single. Can't beat the field that time. McCarty does well diving away, but they do take a single. 5 off that over. One more to Kane. He's on 7 off 11, doing a job. Firmly hit by Warren, and so firmly that the fielder can't stop it. They'll turn for 2 as Pender races around, still herring here and there. Scott Pender. 2 runs there to Warren. So 3 runs off the first 2 deliveries of this over. Big hit. Is there a catching opportunity? No, it's gone over the head of Greg Stretch at short third man. I think it's going to run across the boundary. It does at third man. So wild swing from Ben Warren produces results. 4 runs to Ben Warren. He's up to 6 now. Great innings from him. Well done. And valuable runs. Valuable edge. It looked like Greg Stretch had a chance of catching that for a moment. But it ended up over his head. And 4 runs, so 7 off 3 balls so far. Bowled him! What a great delivery. Scott McCarty knocking the the off bail with that delivery, and Ben Warren's excellent innings comes to an end on 68. So another twist in this exciting tale today, as Ben Warren tried to turn that one on the onside but missed it, and it hit the off bail. So Scott McCarty does just what his captain would have wanted, and Ben Warren not able to bring this home. round of applause as he comes off. 68 to his name. And Grant Hall's the new batsman. Not the worst guy to have coming in at this stage. He's scored a few 50s at this level. Notably in the National Regional Tournament last year. Scored 3 50s in 3 matches, I think. So he can bat. Coming in at number 9 here. But he's got to score at 6.27 runs and over. Pretty much right from the start, so not a lot of time to get himself in. No easy ones is the call from Mason Robinson, the wicketkeeper. No easy ones. So 2 newish batsmen in, both of the contributors to that huge partnership are gone. Simon Dodds out for 110, Ben Warren out for 68. We've got Steve Kane and Grant Hall in now. Can they bring it home for districts? Or can the Firehawks pull this one away? Grant Hall starts with a nice single down the ground. Pulled away by Steve Kane. There is a man out there though, so just the single. It's a pretty solid shot. But just one, so what did we have off that over? 6, 7, 8, 9 off the over. 1 wicket fell as well. So that run rate required, still 6.29, 44 off 42 balls. 3 wickets in hand. Where's your money? Just a minor note, the target is actually 322, not 324. The scoring in the first innings was off by 2 runs, so that makes a difference. So I'll try to remember to update that. As we see 1 run to Steve Kane there. So they need 41 runs off 41 balls. Makes it a little bit easier. I'll come back for 2 here. Good running. Run hard, Grant. Yes, he does. That was 2 to Hall. And I'll take another one as fielder can't get across there, unfortunately for him. got a hand to it, but just parried it away. I think that's Hamish French in there. 4 runs off this over so far. Big swing from Grant Hall, and it's going to go into the boundary at long on. Excellent clutch hit from Grant Hall. 4 runs down the ground. Valuable, valuable runs. Excellent, strong shot from Grant Hall, or was it Steve Kane, in fact? Sorry, Steve Kane. With that boundary, takes him on to 13 off 14. Change in the field, man going back to cow corner, so we've got 3 men outside, plus a cover sweeper and a long off. Stretch again to Kane. Just nudges it into the onside there, as we see. Ooh. Single, but looks like Mason Robinson, the wicketkeeper, has done himself a disservice there. He either got cramp or something. He was suddenly moving into a hobble as he tried to chase after that ball. Seems like he's going to carry on, so it seems like he might be okay. .33 needed off 6 overs, so 33 off 36. It's under 6 and over they need. Scott McCarty to continue to Steve Kane, beats him outside the off stump. Big swing from Steve Kane, but there is protection there, so it'll just be 1 in the end. I feel like it deserved more, that shot. It was well played. Ooh, forces the defensive shot there, does McCarty. Oh, that's going to be runs. That's going to be a lot of runs. It's flicked down the leg side by Grant Hall. I don't know if it's going to go all the way, but there's going to be at least 3. It does go all the way, so extremely valuable boundary. Grant Hall with that leg glance. It's a bit more than a leg glance, really. He flicked it. And very useful runs for Grant Hall, who moves to 8. 5 runs off the first 4 deliveries of this McCarty over. It's been expensive today, McCarty, 7.5 and over. Lots of leg side deliveries from him. It's a caught behind, I think. Yes, it is. Yes, you could hear the nick from here. Great catch from Mason Robinson, standing up. So he's been expensive, but he's taken wickets, has Scott McCarty, and that's Grant Hall, caught behind. So, yet another twist in this tale as Grant Hall is dismissed caught behind from the bowling of Scott McCarty, and it brings the towering figure of Aaron Hills in, known as Sticks. I've seen of him, he can hit some long balls, but not sure if he does much else. He's sort of kind of sixer out batsman. I haven't seen a lot of him, so he may surprise us. But Firehawks will be very happy with that wicket. One ball left in this over. It's conceded 5 so far and taken a wicket. So what can McCarty do and what can Aaron Hills do? Oh, he goes hard, first ball. It will be cut off by Jason Campbell, and they just take one. So going for the big hit straight away was Hills. We need 27 runs off 30 deliveries, 2 wickets in hand. How much closer could it be? We'll find out. Greg Stretch has bowled 6 overs, 1 for 31. That's excellent in the context of this game. He'll continue.
26. 26 off 5.
Well, whatever happens, it's been an amazing chase by Districts. Daunting target, 322 when you walk out to bat, and then find yourself 89 for 4. But even before then, they were never really behind the run rate. They were always going at 7s right from the start, and they're at 7.38 now. So whatever happens, they'll have done really well. But having come this close, I'm sure that they'll be determined to turn this into a victory. Firehawks, on the other hand, well, I think they were a bit complacent at half-time. Started off by giving a bowl to someone who had never bowled at this level. Opened the bowling with him, actually, Scott Pender, and that didn't pay off. And despite grabbing a few wickets, they've found themselves conceding a lot of runs, and to the point where things are getting quite tense out there now. So, how's Aaron Hills going to address this chase? Is he going to play his natural game, which is big swinging? No, not on this occasion. Just pushes it up to extra cover. Maybe could have taken a run if they'd gone straight away, but chose not to. 27 off 29. Ooh, no run there either. Stretches out and gathers the ball in. Well done. He's had a good game, Greg Stretch. Scored 50 with the bat. He's probably been the pick of the bowlers. He hasn't grabbed a whole heap of wickets, but he's bowled very economically, under 5 and over. Here he is again, bowling to Hills. Hills has a swing at that one, makes no contact though. So that's 3 dot balls now. Big swing this time. Where's that gone? It's gone to one of those guys riding on the boundary, and it'll just be a single. This is Steve Kane on strike, and he cuts it nicely out to the cover sweeper. They run the first one hard, but there's no chance of a second. So still just 2 runs off this over. Is Aaron Hills going to be happy with a dot or a 1 to finish it out, or is he going to try and turn it into a good over for his team by hitting a boundary? It goes big. It's gone up in the air, but it's going to fall between the bowler and the man running in from long off. So it was kind of a bit of both there. He was going for the boundary, but ended up with a 1. "24 runs required." "24 off 4, so it's still just 6 and over. Here we go, Scott McCarty going to continue, bowling to Aaron Hills. Hills swings for the Hills, but oh, it's a wide. Big call there. Wow, big call from the umpire. Didn't look terribly wide from here, outside the off stump. But especially when you consider how tall Aaron Hills is. Has to be quite wide for him to be unable to hit it. Nevertheless, 1 run off 0 balls in this over, meaning they need another 23 from 24. Just a bit of a break here. I think Mason Robinson's doing some repairs to his keeping equipment. Oh, big swing and a miss again from Hills. He's definitely looking for the boundary option. There's protection on the leg side. There's 3 men out on the boundary there, but he's still trying to pierce that gap, but unable to make contact. 23 off 23. Gets this one, that's going to go over for 6, so it's finally in the slot for Hills. And when it's in the slot for him, he can hit. And he did on that occasion, so crucial blow. 6 runs to Aaron Hills off the bowling of Scott McCarty. And that changes things. 17 now needed off 22. How will he play it now, Hills? Turns around the corner. There'll be 1. And just 1. Oh, this one's gone high up in the air. It's a good catching chance. It'll take some effort to get there, and Greg Stretch couldn't do it. came charging in, but through the full-length dive in. Charging in from third man, but couldn't take the catch. And it's a single to Kane. That was the opportunity that the Firehawks needed. Hills swings again. Where's that gone? Over the head of the fielder on the boundary for 6 more. Another massive hit from Aaron Hills. This is what he does. He hits sixes. They're usually on the leg side, and they're usually well over the boundary. We've seen him even in the first IPT. He did this for districts as I think they beat the Firehawks that day, if I recall, way back in 2019 on a cold Hagley Park afternoon. But he's still doing it. Aaron Hills coming in at number 10, hitting big sixes. What can he do now? 9 runs needed. What can McCarty do? Oh no, and wouldn't you believe it? It's wides, and it's going to be 5 wide. Well, that kind of sums up the Firehawks' day, I think. A bad delivery down the leg side that's beaten the keeper. Gone down to the boundary for 5 wide. So, District's in charge of this match now. Now they only need 4 runs off 3 overs. So unless the Firehawks can get a wicket here. It's gone up in the air. Where's that gone? Down to the boundary. Is it going to be cut off? It is going to be cut off. So it'll just be 1 to Hills. Three overs to go, 3 runs needed. That's 1 run and over. What are the Firehawks going to do here? I think predictably Richard Petrie's going to bowl. He figures I'm the man who needs to win this for my team. Petrie to Hills, goes big. Oh, is that a drop catch? Might be a drop catch, I'm not sure. It was hit out to Greg Stretchett, mid-wicket. You go Petrie again to Hills. He's pulled this and it's beaten stretch, but it'll be cut off by Scott Pender. 1 run scored. Two runs needed. 2 runs, plenty of balls. Balls won't be an issue. It just comes down to wickets, and that's about it really, just wickets. Petrie bowls and it's full and it's driven. It's going to be 1. Are they going to come back for 2? They're turning. Hills is coming for it. What's going to happen? He makes it and the game is over. Districts win this match. What an outstanding chase that was. Districts win by 2 wickets. But from them. What a chase, needing 7.2 and over from the start, and to get up and win this game. Really fantastic effort. Simon Dodds, 110. Ben Warren, 68. They did most of the damage. And, wow, the Firehawks are going to find this hard to believe, I think.